So this is a silent conference, so you need to put your headphones on. I'll be giving the tech demonstration. So you just need to put your headphones on, and then you need to change to channel 1, which is just on the side. So if you change to channel 1, turn it on, and then the volume is on the other side. Can those with their headphones on hear me now? Yeah, excellent. All right. Just give everyone else a moment. Apologies that we're a bit late getting started. Our colleague is running a bit late, but we're going to get started now. So welcome everybody to our session, Making the WSIS Plus 20 Moment Deliver Digital Rights and Justice, a civil society brainstorming session. We are really delighted to be able to host this today. The session is brought to you by the Global Digital Justice Forum, represented by, I think, a number of you in the audience, by my panelist Nandini, the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS, represented by a number of us as well, the Dynamic Coalition on Platform Responsibility, the Digital Constitutionalism Network, and the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. So we're really pleased to have a diverse set of civil society organising this. I'm just... okay.
For the live transcript, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay? So
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay. Wait, I'll give you a
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry, folks. I think we need to start over for the live transcript. You just bear with us for one more minute. think the video's still on, maybe?
So the mic, can everybody hear me now? Yeah, all right. Woo. Hi, everyone. Welcome to IGF 2025. My name is Zach Lampel. I am Senior Legal Advisor and Coordinator for Digital Rights at ICNL, the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law. I believe my colleague and friend Ellie has already introduced all of the speakers today. So again, I just wanted to welcome you all to this session where we will be strategizing on how civil society can make WSIS plus 20 work for us and work to improve, protect, and promote digital rights for everyone around the world. So the idea is really to spend just a few minutes at the beginning, taking stock of where we are and looking at what is coming up over the next 6 months as the WSIS plus 20 gets renegotiated or negotiated. And then we'll split into breakout groups where we can have really deep dive and in-depth discussions on the messages that we all want to put out and send out and advocate for with our partners, our communities, and our governments. So with that, I will turn it over to Anna for her presentation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Zach, and hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It's a funny thing because this is very high-tech at the IGF, but I'm usually quite low-tech. My name is Anna Oosterlink, and I work for Article 19, which is a local to global free speech organization working across the globe trying to promote freedom of expression and related rights. I'm going to start off by sort of situating us in the process right now of the WSIS plus 20 review process, which has been ongoing for a little bit. But where are we today? So on the 20th of June, which was last Friday, the co-facilitators of the process, of the WSIS plus 20 review process, the permanent representatives in New York of Albania and Kenya, issued what they call an elements paper. And if you're like me, you read this on the plane ride over, coming here, trying to understand what's in this paper. Now, it's an elements paper. What does that really mean? It means it's a list of issues that they've heard when they were going through their consultations with member states, of course, but also with stakeholders. And perhaps you were one of the few people being able to speak during the consultations with multi-stakeholders on the 9th and 10th of June, which was online. And you've raised your issues. Now, what is now in this elements paper? So the idea is that it's a list of issues. It is not yet a zero draft, or it's not yet the first draft of the outcome document that will conclude this WSIS plus 20 review process. It's important to be aware of that because a lot can still change, which can be a positive, maybe also negative. In terms of the actual review paper, issues paper, and what's in there, I'm not going to give you a detailed analysis of this. There's a lot of issues in there. I think it's important everyone from their own perspective looks at it and considers it. But I just wanted to raise a few things for you to consider as we're going later into breakout groups to kind of walk through this and discuss amongst each other. There's an introduction section, which sort of sets out the overall picture. And then there are a number of sections. There's a section on ICT for development. There's one on digital economy, social and cultural development, environmental impacts, bridging digital divides, and the enabling environment, and financial mechanisms, which are the first few sections. They talk about the issues, the progress made, the issues, and they invite for input. Then there's a section on human rights and ethics, which I really ask for you to look at because that's a bit of a lighter section. Then it goes into building confidence and security, which it refers to, amongst other things, to the UN Cybercrime Convention. And then it talks about internet governance. There again, I invite you to take a good look. There's some old language in there, which refers sort of the multi-stakeholder governance model is a little bit missing in action there. And then it moves to some of the newer issues that the COFAX will have heard, the data governance, artificial intelligence, and something that's really important for a lot of people, capacity building. And then it ends with monitoring and measurement. So in terms of thinking about what to do is have a look at the issues that are important to you. bearing in mind that we're trying to progress the WSIS plus 20. We're trying to progress the WSIS agenda, right, which was originated 20 years ago. So try to think about progressive language where we can make achievements and move forward. The co-facilitators have asked for inputs into the elements paper. There's an online form that you can fill out, which asks about the achievements that you see, the challenges that you see remaining, the priorities for actions. Do you see anything missing here? And do you have any specific comments? This is by the 15th of July. I invite you all to fill out this online form. And also to let you know that on Wednesday morning, the co-facilitators will organize an open consultation for anyone here at the IGF. So that's another place where you can go and raise your questions and thoughts. This is just to kind of give you a bit of food for thought. If you haven't read it, skim it now, and I will pass on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Pardon me. Hi, everyone. My name is Ellie McDonald, and I work for Global Partners Digital. We're a civil society and human rights organisation working to ensure that human rights underpins the digital environment. But today I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS. So I'll just share briefly a little bit about the coalition and the priorities that we bring to the review process. So the GDRC WSIS evolved slowly into being from October last year. We're a group of human rights and civil society organisations grown from the global north and south, offering our shared expertise to ensure a WSIS review anchored in international human rights law and built upon meaningful multi-stakeholder engagement. We've agreed on 3 core priorities as a coalition. These are the basis for our work. However, we really welcome this session as an opportunity to discuss and elaborate on them. So these priorities are, first, to promote a human rights-based as well as a people-centric, sustainable and development-oriented approach to the WSIS review. For us, this means ensuring that policy responses are grounded in international human rights law, especially in areas including surveillance, censorship, internet governance and discrimination online, areas where we've seen that government responses can be not consistent with international human rights law. Like Anna, I don't want to prejudge too much the elements paper, but I will say that the language is not always consistent with international human rights law with respect to those areas. Because of our first aim, we also want to promote regulation aligned with international human rights law and avoiding the normative gaps that we see in other legislation. So, for instance, excluding military applications or private sector applications from scope. We also wish to formally recognise the role of OHCHR and the other UN human rights bodies and the wealth of interpretive guidance that they bring to the regulation of digital technologies. Our second priority is to advance the multi-stakeholder approach in internet governance and to extend it to digital policy processes. Critically, this means reaffirming and applying in practice the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidance. We think they offer really practical and useful guidance for how multi-stakeholder approaches can be applied in both multilateral as well as multi-stakeholder processes. And finally, our third priority is to strengthen the WSIS vision and its institutions like the IGF. This includes ensuring that WSIS isn't subsumed by other, more centralizing processes. It means implementing new policy frameworks like the Global Digital Compact through the WSIS institutions and ensuring the continued existence of the IGF as a multi-stakeholder forum in a context of shrinking civic space. Something that is, the importance of the IGF is currently recognised in the elements paper, but it doesn't yet make any policy proposals related to it. As mentioned, we're an evolving coalition, so we really welcome that we have this space today to talk through these ideas in a bit more depth. With that, I think I'm handing over to Nandini.
Hi, I hope you can all hear me. My name is Nandini. I work with IT for Change, and IT for Change acts as the secretariat of the Global Digital Justice Forum, which is a coalition of civil society organizations from across the global south and their allies in the global north. And the forum is trying to work on multi-pronged action that will realize the vision of an equitable, just, and development-oriented international digital order. So, in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review, the GDJF members, APC and IT for Change, coordinated a campaign on Digital Justice Now, a call to action for WSIS Plus 20 and beyond, where the attempt was to speak with civil society organizations and people's movements, not just working on digital rights, but also traditional development domains and issues pertaining to food sovereignty, the universal right to health, ecological sustainability, workers' rights, gender justice, and so on, with an attempt to see what is it that we seek out of this year of the Plus 20 review and other emerging institutional mechanisms on data and AI governance, and what would it take to bring in a human rights and structural justice vision back at the center. So the details of this campaign are like in a brochure that I have put out there on the table behind, and you could check that out. And we also have voices and testimonies from across different groups in the world, which you can check out on our website, globaldigitaljusticeforum.net. But what I would just now very quickly do is to talk about some of the agenda of the campaign, which becomes very critical in the context of civil society thinking around the elements paper and the things that are emerging in WSIS Plus 20 review as policy priorities. So the campaign basically talks about 4 agenda. So the first agenda is about ensuring that we have an integrated and indivisible human rights framework adequate to the digital paradigm. The elements paper does mention that the same rights that people have offline must also be protected online. But in the current context, it's important to move beyond this by looking at the rights of those who are affected by data extractivism but may not be on the internet or maybe not being online. So an expanded idea of what human rights means for all people in the data and AI value chains. And what would it mean to seek corporate accountability in a transnational digital context for enforcement of these rights? The second agenda is about ensuring that we preserve the internet as a global communication commons, and this would include universal and meaningful connectivity for all, and ensuring we no longer end up with walled gardens. The third agenda would be a very critical priority in the context of climate change, talking about a sustainable digital transition that safeguards the rights of future generation. And finally, a just an international economic order that addresses digital inequality. The elements paper in its new sections of data and AI capabilities talks about a trust-based data flows regime. But we believe that we must move beyond this demand to a data flows with rights regime, which ensures that people of the global south are not integrated on adverse terms into an extractivist data economy, but people have control over their data resources and its use. We are also concerned that reforms to IP and trade regimes that creates an enabling environment for AI capability development in the global south must become a critical WSIS implementation issue. And finally, there is a lot of reference to AI capabilities and a turn to, an urge for blended and private financing. But in the current context, when sovereign debt of countries in the global south are at an all-time high, we think that it's critical to talk about having international public financing for connectivity, DPIs, data and AI capabilities in the global south, and greater integration between financing for development processes and WSIS processes, which currently that's not the case. And I think that, we all look forward to having a collective discussion on what it would mean to reclaim the WSIS vision grounded in the UN Charter, Sustainable Development, and human rights in the complex and challenging context we inhabit right now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So now it's time to self-select, sort of, and break out into our breakout groups. We're hoping for around 10 to 15 people in each breakout group. Before we move into breakout groups, just wanted to quickly go over some guiding, sort of 3 guiding questions for each group to consider. The first is, if you've had a chance to read the elements paper, what do you agree with? What's missing? What else needs to be included in the elements paper? And if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, that's okay too. The second question is, given the digital rights and justice related demands that we heard presented earlier, what resonates most with you? What are your top 3 priorities for the WSIS Plus 20 review outcomes? And then the final question is, what's missing? What are some of the rights and justice related agendas that are important to you and your communities that have so far been left out, either in the elements paper or in the different coalitions and ideas that have been presented thus far? And are you willing to share 2 or 3 priorities that you want to see on the agenda? The idea is that from these breakout groups, we will be able to put together a consolidated list of civil society's visions for the WSIS Plus 20 review. And that will enable and empower all of us to, as Anna said, give our input in a very clear, articulate, and coordinated way so that the member states who are negotiating WSIS Plus 20 know what we want to see, and we're better able to advocate for these positions. So with that, we just have 15 or 20 minutes or so for breakout groups. So if I could ask sort of one group to come up here in the front corner, a second group, everyone's gonna have to move a little bit, but that's okay. Second group in the front corner to my left, your right. One group in the far back corners, one to the right, one to the left. And if we need to have a group right in the center around, I think that's, Ellen, I don't have my glasses on, in the center. Maybe we could have a 5th group right in the center. So if I could ask everyone to do a little bit of moving around, enter your breakout groups, and we'll be around to help facilitate the discussions. Thank you.
have 3 minutes?
2:50.
Oh, 2:50.
So I don't think we're gonna have time to do.
I don't think we have time to.
But if you want to write down like one major point, I can bring it up,
Yeah, let me just.
or just tell me now, and yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just tell you
Yeah.
and you
just what do
could
you
flag?
got?
Okay. So maybe you could bring out. So I think probably the unifying theme would be lack of structural, like analysis of the structural issues in the digital environment. So yeah,
Sorry.
no more.
Lack of structural issues in digital environment. Okay.
Yeah, so within that stuff like lack of attention to digital monopolies,
Okay.
kind of control at the infrastructure level,
Yep.
how that affects people in the aggregate.
Do you have one like highlight?
Share like take one takeaway and then relay because we've only got I wish I had it printed too.
Okay, thank you everyone so much for a really great discussion, or great discussions, I should say. We just have a minute left, and so apologies for this session being a little bit shorter and more rushed than we had anticipated. But again, everything we've heard from the discussions have been really great. So just a couple high-level points that have come out from some of the breakout groups to share with you. First, there is a lack of acknowledgement of the structural issues in the digital environment. What we mean by this is that there's really no language that discusses digital monopolies or the internet infrastructure at that layer, and how the people or persons who control the internet infrastructure really have full control over how we exercise our human rights online. So just in the last 30 seconds that I have before we get cut off, I want to thank you all again. I want to thank the other panelists and moderators. I want to thank everyone at the Global Digital Justice Forum, as well as everyone at the GDRC WSIS Coalition. We will be issuing a paper on each of these two forums' websites that bring together our thoughts here today. And we hope that we will be able to work together and follow up so that we can push for a WSIS Plus 20 that takes into account all of our and our community's needs. So thank you all very, very much, and I look forward to seeing you throughout the week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of RIPE NCC and our esteemed speakers, I would like to welcome you to this Day Zero session, Preparing Your Internet to Power the Digital Economy of Tomorrow. My name is Shafiq Shaya. I am the Regional Manager for Public Policy and Government Affairs for the RIPE NCC for the Middle East region. And I will be joined by my colleague Dani Wazin as online moderator from Jordan. Today, this session will seek to unpack a critical but often underemphasized question. How can we ensure that the internet infrastructure is robust enough to support the digital ambition of tomorrow? So the discussion today will be grounded in the belief that technical preparedness is not a luxury, but is a strategic necessity. We'll discuss connectivity, routing security, IPv6, IXPs, RPKI, collaborative policy framework, capacity building, all these issues that create a robust internet ecosystem. Without any further ado, so please let me introduce and welcome our speakers online and on site. We have Mr. Frank Steen from Norway. We have Ms. Sofia Silva Berenger from the NRO. We have Mr. Adiel Aplogon from ICANN. We have Mr. Rodrigue Guagamboide from Smart Africa. And we have Mr. Zdravko Jovic from Croatia. Once again, welcome and thank you for my colleague Ilka, who will be the reporter of this session. So I will begin with Mr. Frank. Good morning, and thanks for hosting the IGF in Norway. My first question for you is how the Norway today is addressing the scalability and the security of the internet infrastructure. And we know that you are coming from the regulator from Norway. So we'd like to have your insights to this, kick off this discussion today.
Thank you, Shafiq. Welcome to Norway, everyone. Today we discuss a very critical topic, preparing our internet infrastructure for tomorrow's digital economy. Norway recognizes that a robust digital infrastructure, both fixed and cellular, is crucial for leveraging emerging technology such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and digital services. Firstly, Norway is significantly investing in providing broadband internet to everyone. Today, Norway provides at least 100 megabit per second broadband coverage to 99.1% of households, with gigabit coverage reaching 96.2%. The ambition is that everyone shall have access to gigabit infrastructure by 2030. 85% of our geographic area has 4G or 5G coverage, and practically all households have immediate access to 5G or 4G connectivity. Our extensive fiber optic infrastructure, complemented by an aggressive 5G rollout, ensures high-speed connectivity, essential for all bandwidth intensive and latency-sensitive applications of AI and IoT. Secondly, cybersecurity remains paramount. Norway's government has enhanced regulatory frameworks, including aligning with the EU's NIS2 directive and the new Security Act. Additionally, starting August this year, the revised Radio Equipment Directive will mandate rigorous cybersecurity standards for IoT devices such as smartphones, smartwatches, and connected toys. Requirements should also include robust authentication, secure storage, encryption, and secure update mechanisms. The forthcoming Cyber Resilience Act, the CRA, will further strengthen our cybersecurity landscape, ensuring resilient and trustworthy digital products. Thirdly, infrastructure resilience is key. We work in close collaboration with the major network operators to actively strengthening the transmission networks with enhanced network redundancy and ensuring multiple autonomous nationwide transmission networks. Specifically, emphasis is laid down in ensuring that densely populated areas will be served by at least 3 independent transmission networks, providing critical redundancy. Mobile operators are encouraged to diversify their traffic across these networks, significantly boosting reliability. Moreover, proactive spectrum management is crucial in mitigating wireless interference, particularly as IoT adoption expands and our society is increasingly becoming more dependent on wireless communication services, both from land and satellite. By effectively detecting and removing unauthorized devices and signal jammers, the spectrum in Norway maintains clean and dependable wireless communications. And finally, regarding AI regulation, Norway has recently defined clear responsibility among Norwegian Communication Authority, NCOM, Norwegian Digitalization Agency, DIGDIR, and Data Protection Authority, and this collaboration will ensure effective implementation and oversight of the AI Act, fostering responsible AI integration across sectors. So, in conclusion, Norway's approach combining ambitious infrastructure expansion, comprehensive cybersecurity regulation, and robust network resilience and clear regulatory governance for emerging technologies will position us strongly to power tomorrow's digital economy, driving innovation and benefit across our nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frank. Thanks for those insights and remarks. And yeah, this is a good example of how governments with the different stakeholder groups can work hands on hands. Thank you. We'll stay with the governments and with the regulator, and I'll go to Mr. Zdravko from Croatia. So to chain with the same subject, how can agile regulation support internet development in safeguarding the trust and resilience?
Yes, thanks, Shafik. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So you will hear now another regulatory view on this topic. I'm currently at the BEREC. BEREC is the body of European regulators, so all national regulatory authorities are represented there from the European Union, from the candidate countries, and some EEA countries. So in BEREC we have several working groups. One of them is cybersecurity working group, and we recently changed the name of this group to cybersecurity and resilience working group, just to stress the importance of this issue of the resilience. Because normally when you look at the economy and competition from the regulatory point of view, you look at how to motivate market players to cooperate, not to build the double infrastructures, not to duplicate infrastructure, which is the most expensive part of the networks. But when it comes to resilience, there we do exactly the opposite. We try to build some connections that should be used maybe in some emergency situations. So they are not economically, let's say, justified by itself. So this is a really hot topic that at BEREC, Cybersecurity and Resilience Working Group, we will be looking at. We have some really good examples among BEREC members. One of them is Iceland, another one is Norway, our hosts, who have developed some rules. And what we would like to do is to develop some kind of methodology that would be really a set of recommendations on how to balance this issue of what is economically fine for operators to invest and what is safe for a country. because there are several levels of investment. First one is the investment of the operators. They invest network to be optimally, to get the return on their investment as fast as possible, to earn a lot of money. And if they lose some city or village for some time, okay, that's fine for them. But then we have a next level is the level that the regulator would be happy, and then we have another level that probably the national security level that the national security agencies would be happy. So we need to see where to find these balances. So it is also very important to understand, we at BEREC, we are working closely together with the NIS Cooperation Group, which is a group composed of representatives from each European Union member state. So this is a bit a narrower group, just European Union members, European Commission, and the ENISA, the cybersecurity agency in Athens. So this group is crucial because, as you probably know, the national security and cybersecurity is the sole competence of the member states. So it is not possible to develop any kind of mandatory requirements or regulations at the European Union level without consensus of the all member states. So also one important point, NIS 2 directive. So in Croatia it has been fully transposed. We were one of the first member states to do that. And also 5G Toolbox is also a good example of this cooperation at the European level, how to develop something that each member state can apply in its national market, so that you have a solution which is flexible, which is agreed by all, and which can be modified for national situation. One also important topic is the trusted vendor issue, and there, as regulatory authorities, we can only help other authorities in each member state, like national security agencies, when they do the assessments of which equipment is safe in the national market. So I think that would be to start our panel. All from my side for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This is a lot to digest. We know that EU is busy with all this regulation and policies, and you mentioned a lot of interesting topics and issues: balance, collaboration, agile regulation. So yeah, this will be a good start to see or to chain with other stakeholder group, the technical community, with our colleague Sofia from the Number Resource Organization, the organization which coordinate the joint activity between the 5 RIRs. Sofia, you are with us? We can't hear you. Can you speak? Still, I can't hear Sofia. So, awaiting to fix this technical issue, I will stay with the technical community, but with the ICANN, with our colleague Mr. Adiel. So, Mr. Adiel, to chain with what Mr. Frank and Mr. Zdravko mentioned now, what role does ICANN see for this collaboration with governments and other stakeholders in fostering connectivity and in encouraging the agile regulation and policies?
Thank you very much for the question.
No sound, please. Control room. We can't hear Mr. Adiel. Can you speak? No.
So thank you again for the question. So the short answer first is that, yeah, the multi-stakeholder model is critical for sustaining. Yeah, okay. Yeah, for a stable, secure, and resilient internet infrastructure globally. For us, we can say that because, as you know, one of the critical mission that ICANN has is to coordinate the unique identifier system globally, including the DNS. And the multi-stakeholder model has been at the center of that coordination. And the DNS has been operating for more than 40 years, and it has been stable, sustainable, resilient over those years. Which show that when we bring different parties, different actors around the table to discuss issues related to those critical infrastructure, it works. The DNS glue those identifiers together, of course, and ICANN in its operation as a facilitator and coordinator of policy related to those identifiers, and the DNS particularly, use the different constituency it has to identify issues related to the resiliency and the security of the DNS, discuss them, and translate them into policy, then that operators implement or follow voluntarily. So we've seen that it has helped protect that infrastructure globally. The DNS, we usually explain it or define it as a simple, address book, but it's more complex than that. And not only that, over the 40 past years, the DNS has evolved significantly, adding layer of security, privacy, addressing some abuse channels and challenges. But the multi-stakeholder approach has helped work around those issues, being from the IETF where new evolution of the DNS has been developed to be implemented on the base DNS to make it more secure, to add privacy to it, being from its users' perspective or registration perspective by tackling abuse, for instance. All those evolution have been developed through a very wide multi-stakeholder approach. So again, it shows that bringing different parties around complex issue help build solutions that does not disrupt the stability of the global infrastructure. That is at the global level. But to go back to the context of the previous intervention, that approach need also to be translated to the local level in how policy are defined locally, because the same complexity apply at the local level. Although the internet is a global network, it's a global network made of small independent networks that are connected and that are operated at the local level. So applying the same multi-stakeholder approach, ensuring that the different parties impacted by the internet in general, but its operation specifically, are around the table to think, to share ideas, and to look at what are the different aspects of implementing or addressing a challenge that can be seen. So we, from ICANN perspective, continue to promote that multi-stakeholder approach in how we address those issues, but also how we engage at the local level with the different operators to ensure that the DNS and the infrastructure in general, the unique identifier operation, remain stable, secure, and resilient.
Thank you, Adil. Thank you so much for these remarks and for highlighting the importance of the multi-stakeholder in working with the governments and regulators to secure the internet infrastructure. So I'll go back to Sophia. Let's see if we have Sophia back online. Can you hear me, Sophia? Sophia? No, we can't hear you. Okay, let me check the online if we are okay. Danny, can you hear me? Danny? Danny, can you hear me? I believe we have a problem with our online colleagues. We can't hear them. I will follow up and maybe check with Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, Smart Africa. Maybe we are lucky. If you can say some words to check the voice. Nope. Nope. Okay. So I will go back to my esteemed colleagues here and follow up and chain with some discussion with you. I go back to Mr. Frank. So we know that you are coming from the national CERT from Norway. How ECOM-CERT is coordinating infrastructure security across public and private sectors?
In Norway, we have a bit strange solutions when it comes to certs with national coverage and responsibility. We have sectorial certs within something like the 15 most important sectors, and they're all coordinated by the national NCSC, the national cert. The reason we're doing that is that we think that the certs need sector-specific knowledge, and they also need to know the sector, and also different sectors are different. So these sectorial certs are also very, very different. But at the same time, we're cooperating the different sectorial certs very closely. One advantage is that we can handle incidents and attacks on a very low level when it's kind of, we don't need to extend it outside a certain sector. So it helps with the scalability. But when attacks or problems are hitting multiple sectors, they will then work together. And of course, it's also very important that the different sectorial certs work together. So we're doing that online more or less all the time. When critical incidents is happening, we need to escalate, then typically the national cert will take lead and get support from these sectorial certs with all their knowledge and competence about different sectors. So we think that this combination really helps us to combine the private and the public sectors, as well as important government functions, and it really enables us to handle sophisticated threat actors and sophisticated threats. So this is how we're doing it here.
Perfect, thank you. And this is how it should be done in collaboration with, once again, as you as a regulator, with the other stakeholder group that you are working with. Yeah. Going to Croatia, the same question, but I want to just reframe it. Can you give us some examples how this works on the ground?
One of the examples could be, for example, yes, the situation where you have emergency situation and some network is down, like there was a situation with big floods in neighboring Slovenia, I think 2 years back, and then it was very important to enable national roaming for all subscribers in the country, because then you can combine all the parts of the network that are still operating, and it is crucial, can be life-saving in such situations. So I think we need to have such mechanisms for emergency situations. It is always this that you have to build something for event that happens very rarely but has a huge impact. and then we need to plan in advance and have good measures and tools to deal with that.
Thank you. We know that this, I would say, the awareness is, can come from the end users, and then this awareness can be encouraged and can be put by the regulators. Is there any collaboration or any, let's say, education or webinars with the Croatian population or with the Croatian community or society?
Yes, indeed, we have a lot of such actions in Croatia together with our partners, with the Croatian Academic Network, with the police, with the Ministry of Interior, and we give courses really even from HACOM, from the national regulator, regularly to schools, to primary schools, to secondary schools, and to local governments in different counties in Croatia. Because as you said, it is very important to have this broad awareness, and not just among experts and people working at the operators, and they know it is their work, it is their job, but also among the general populations and the users of the electronic communications services.
Thank you. I will take this and go to Sofia. Sofia, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks. Thank you. So once again, Sofia is from the Number Resource Organization, the organization that coordinate the activities of the 5 RIRs. And my question for Sofia is, we are talking about security, about resilience. So what you can tell us on the NRO global collaboration on routing security on RPKI, and how this works with governments?
Thank you, Jafik. So I would like to start by setting the context about why it's necessary to secure the internet routing before I can introduce what RPKI is. As Adiel mentioned, the internet is a network of networks, and BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, is the protocol used by those networks to decide where to send the traffic in order for it to reach its destination. And the way that networks learn where other networks are is through BGP announcements. The thing is that this protocol, BGP, was not designed with security in mind. So there is a need for a layer of security to be added on top to ensure that the traffic reaches its intended destination and that all the systems in the digital economy of today that rely on the internet can still working. So RPKI, which stands for Resource Public Key Infrastructure, adds that missing piece of security. And it does that by allowing that prefix holders issue cryptographically verifiable statements on the route intentions. And then that information can be used by the routers that receive BGP announcements to verify whether those announcements are legitimate. And so this allows to stop routing issues and stop that routing is redirected or intercepted. RPKI was standardized more than 10 years ago, and it is available through each RIR region in the world. However, many organizations have yet to adopt and deploy this technology. A few weeks ago, when I checked statistics, around 50 to 60% of the unique prefix origin pairs were covered by route origin authorizations. That are the objects in RPKI used to for establishing that route intention on the origin of routes. And then the other side of things that is using that information to verify BGP announcements is what we call route origin validation. And the statistic as of a few weeks ago was that less than 25% of those networks in the internet that we call autonomous systems, less than 25% were fully protected by route origin validation. So as you can see, there's still room for more adoption of the technology to achieve maximum benefit of it. And adoption can be encouraged in different ways, through support, through reputation-based approaches, like, for example, the Manners Initiative, some people may have heard of, through regulation-based approaches, like the White House's roadmap to enhancing routing security. In particular, the RIRs are supporting adoption through providing training, technical support and resources, and also engaging individually with their member organizations, with governments, and with other entities. And in particular, the NRO-RPKI program was created to create a space of more structured collaboration across the 5 RIRs on RPKI.
Thank you, Sophia. And yes, I totally agree with you. This, let's say, collaboration and multi-stakeholder between the RIRs and especially governments and operators are paying off. We see the increasing of RPKI deployment and the importance now that this RPKI topic is taking place within the regulator. I will get back to you, but thanks for mentioning manners, for mentioning RPKI, for mentioning the collaboration. I will go to Mr. Rodriguez, Smart Africa. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Good morning once again. And yeah, what Sophia mentioned about multi-stakeholder and partnerships. So being working or being a member in the Smart Africa, how this multi-stakeholder partnerships such those under the Smart Africa advance the regional infrastructure development?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you so much for this question. Sorry about this disconnection earlier. I think at Smart Africa, we believe that the multi-stakeholder partnership are the foundation for this inclusive digital development in Africa. We trust on it. And the Alliance currently brings, as you know, 40 countries, 40 member states, representing 1.1 billion African citizens, all committing on the same vision to create a single digital market. One of the flagship we have currently, I wanted to sort out here is the One Africa Network. Is a project which currently include 11 countries, and this initiative is still ongoing. And this initiative aims to eliminate roaming charge and promote cross-border interconnection. It's jointly developed by regulator, ministries, telcos, and regional economic communities. So this is a real good model on this multi-stakeholder approach. Is an example on that. We are also developing a program for a sovereign data center and green data center. This is another one we can give in terms of example, building partnership with private and public sectors and designed to meet environmental standards. These projects, of course, integrate technical, economical, legal, and climate resilience consideration, which are crucial for Africa data sovereignty. So this is another example. All this one is just to tell you that we are putting in the center this multi-stakeholder approach. And of course, currently for the internet governance part, because the internet is the base of everything, we are trying to launch an initiative called CAIGA, the Council of Internet Governance Authorities. This council will start to build it since 2024. This is a unique mechanism. We wanted to bring the government, regulators, academia, technical experts, and civil society to sort of and to make some action to challenge these internet governance issues across the continent. So these are just 3 examples I just want to give you and just tell you that in Smart Africa, we are really focused on this multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. these are great examples, and I will come back to you to ask you about how you can balance between the different level of advancement in the African countries. But I'll go to my colleague Danny online. So once again, for our audience on site and online, if you would like to ask any question, please put your question on the chat room or just raise your hand. At the end, we'll have a Q&A session, and we'll be happy to answer your questions. So, Danny, any comments, anything we have online? And I leave it for you. I know that you are handling the UNDP activities in the region, and you have announcement, or you can share with us your plans that's related to what we are talking about in this session. For you, Danny.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shafiq, and it's a pleasure to be on this very esteemed and very important panel to discuss this topic. I see online we have two insights and one question, which is really important. One brought by, the first insight brought by Timothy, and could be a question to the panel. So asking about, would it be good if there is an infrastructure to ensure the communication of the IoTs? So to be able to be managed by the owner of the IoT itself. It could be great if we can have this option. And another question, which is very much related, what are the needed digital skills and what are the essential digital skills in the internet-driven future? So we're talking about all these perspectives and dimensions on how connectivity can prepare for the future. So what are the different skills?
Gentlemen, anyone want to take these questions before I give the floor back to Danny?
Well, I can start with the last one about the skills. I think we will always need people with broad knowledge. My experience from security, as I've already cybersecurity, as you already know, it's important to understand the fundamentals, because internet is really complex, and in order to find weak links when you're kind of putting up a stable, scalable system, is really to understand how this works. And so I think, but at the same time, no one will ever be able to understand everything. So I think to have specialists in different areas and make those those experts working together will always be very, very important, and probably more important than actually a few people knowing very much. So, well.
Mr. Dravago, please.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Just to continue on this line, so I think not everybody has to be really cybersecurity expert and know all the techniques and how to hack computers and systems, but what is needed for the general population, for general users, to know some basics, because what problems we face in Croatia, in other European member states, and I guess everywhere in the world, that people receive simple short message, like the old short message service, and then the message says, this is very important that you type in your credit card number, and they do it. And so some basics should be applied, and everybody should understand what it means and how it's. Then we will resolve, I don't know, maybe 90% of the cases. If a very advanced hacker comes into your system by some backdoor, that is another issue. That is the issue of this company, if they have all the methodologies and all the rules in place, if they are taking their business seriously, because it can happen. We will never have absolute security in any corporation, in any company, but we have to do our best and try to mitigate as much as we can.
Well stated. I think, Adel, I can do a lot in capacity building, so maybe you can share something on this.
Yeah, definitely. We are pretty much engaged on capacity building. I just want to mention as well that there are two challenges in capacity building. There's one about the usage of the internet, right? That is a more broader capacity and awareness that is needed for users to know that, you know, the same cautious that they apply in their real life is also something important to bring into the virtual world, because it's not always clear in the mind of the, and that capacity need to be reinforced. And the second is the operational part, the operating the network, making sure that people who operate the network also develop and gradually increase, particularly coming from developing and emerging nation, beef up their knowledge and expertise on this complex technology in operation, so that to be able as well to have security and resiliency in mind when operating and designing their network. From ICANN perspective, of course, we put a lot of emphasis on that. Last year we have run more than 200 workshop and capacity building activities on technical implementation of best practices around the DNS, particularly for registry. And it is something that we continue doing, and we don't do it at the global level only. We try to bring in a regional flavor to it, because we know that the needs are not the same across all the region, all the country. The challenges are not the same. So we try to translate our engagement to focus on the need that we see in each region, in each country. And what we have seen, you know, bringing more and more positive effort is to, beyond the capacity building, also providing support to those who are particularly operating those infrastructures that we think are critical for the overall stability, to support them throughout their navigation of implementing those best practices. So it's key to bring that to bridge that gap, but it's also important to us take it from different angle: local, end user, and global.
Thank you. You mentioned a lot of interesting, let's say, words: regional flavor, local capacity building. I go back to Danny with the UNDP and your initiative, which is the main pillar in your initiative that UNDP is now leading, is capacity building and infrastructure development. Can you give us just sum up what you are doing and how you are dealing with what Adiel said, regional flavor?
Yes, thank you very much, Shafiq. Really, indeed, a very interesting insight. So in UNDP, we have, in the Arab region, we have launched recently a new initiative called Digital for Sustainable Development. And as its name says, it's how we can harness the power of digitalization to advance the SDGs agenda in the different countries and to accelerate the achievement of the goals. And what is it about? It's a network of partners with convening partners from government, private sector, public sector, NGOs, academia, experts to come together, brainstorm, and put and develop together impactful projects for the Arab region. And under each goal, like what can we do on digitalization? And the connectivity and infrastructure is really a laying foundation for any digital transformation. We can build the most advanced solutions, but without a secure, safe, inclusive connectivity, we cannot advance. And if we look into our region, the Arab region is one of the least connected among the other regions in the world. 30% of the Arab region, which means more than 100 million, are not connected to the internet. And in order to advance this, we have recently launched two initiatives. One of them we are planning now with RIPE NCC as a partnership. So basically, the initiative is about connectivity for digital inclusion, and to address these challenges, we wanted to work on tripartite access. The first one is related to scalability, which means scalable connectivity in order to be more inclusive. Second is allow sustainability for this connectivity through different approach. And thirdly is a safe and secure connectivity. For the pillar one, we want to promote the adoption of IP version 6 with the mobile telecom operator and other internet providers in the countries by conducting awareness, capacity building, and support the transition of these toward the IP version 6. On the second pillar, in terms of sustainability, we want to promote, as we heard from our colleague on the panel, the IXPs and the role of like this internet exchange points in order to provide less or lower cost, but also reduce the dependence on international links and make further connectivity. And we are planning to support countries as models in the region between UNDP and RIPE NCC. And finally, the RPKI, as we've heard, the security, which is very much important. And we're looking through this initiative to engage further with more partners on launching awareness campaigns and doing the capacity building for the security of the connectivity. So basically, this is a project that literally it will be impactful for the region to increase the connectivity. Another entry point that we are working on for the connectivity and inclusion, digital inclusion, is a new framework, regulatory framework that we are designing with different partners, GSMA, Ooredoo Mobile Telecom Operator, and others. Is basically how we can give countries a legal framework, digital policies framework that can support the country advancing on their digital economy by investing or designing policies and regulations for the connectivity and for the data centers, and using also the data and AI. So basically, these are like two main or two key interventions that we are planning into the Arab region. And definitely we're looking to engage further with partners in order to implement it in different contexts.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you so much for this insight. Yes, just I want to highlight here that there are some countries in the Middle East and African region that they don't have yet the basic infrastructure. While here we are discussing AI and Internet of Things and the cloud computing, we still have countries without basic infrastructure. And that's why we are working with the UNDP to just make these countries join the developing countries. So we still have 10 minutes. I see that we have a question, but I will give for each speaker 1 minute to just recap and give me one priority based on the discussion that we have during this session. So, Mr. Frank, your final remark for 1 minute, please.
Yes, I probably should say something about regulation, but my heart is in cybersecurity. So I think we have addressed for a couple of years the need for intelligence and information sharing among peers and among people across borders. And I think we have a way to go in that field. It's improving, everything goes better, but I think still there's lots of work to do to cooperate and share information and intelligence. So that would be my point.
Thank you. Mr. Adiel?
Yeah, I think I will highlight the fact that having a multi-stakeholder approach, bringing different parties around the table to discuss this complex issue are important, not only at the global level, and I will put the emphasis on that. We need to translate those into regional and local level in designing each aspect of regulation or technical design that could impact the global stability of the internet. Capacity building is key. Best practice also are very important. Framing them in the way that people can actually implement them is another key. Sophia mentioned manners. There is also another one for the DNS, which is kindness, which try to bring those best practices in the framework that can be easily be implemented. That will help small operators that don't have the same resources as a bigger one to look at everything and decide what to do, they can have a simple and easy entry point. The third point I want to highlight is a partnership. Beyond the multi-stakeholder approach, partnership between different players is key in helping advance those. We hear about the UNDP and the RIPE NCC partnership. ICANN has the Coalition for Digital Africa, which is also a very broad framework for partnership for the Africa region. Our partnership with UNESCO on IDN and so on and so forth, that are a way to actually mutualize our resources to make sure that what we are preaching and what we are advancing reaches area that one organization alone cannot push. Let's continue strengthening this multi-stakeholder approach, and I think we will all contribute to the stable, resilient, and stable internet globally.
Thank you so much. I believe, yes, we'll have some takeaways from what you said now, but I will give the mic to Mr. Zdrabago.
Yes, from our discussions, it seems like this education for general, let's say, population and users and capacity building for everyone seems to be very, very important. For us regulators, I would like to stress again, we will be very busy now in the coming days and months with this resilience issue and how to build more resilient networks, how to develop this, what I mentioned, methodology, which will enable all national regulators to apply some rules to have more resilient, redundant networks in the end. And also what we can expect some more discussions at the European level on the issue of trusted vendors, something similar to what we had with the 5G toolbox. So development of some technical and strategic measures, agreeing those measures at the union level, and then each member states would apply them according to the national situations and national, let's say, judgments and geopolitical situation. So I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. So it's a collaboration between stakeholders and regulators, and collaboration amongst regulators themselves. Sophia, I'll give you the 1 minute for you.
Thank you. I guess from my side, what I would suggest prioritizing is the implementation of best practices. For example, in the space of routing security, to join a program like MANAS, to engage with the RIR for your region and seek support if needed. Also, there's lots of good documents in the space of ITF documenting best practices. We call them BCP, Best Common Practice documents. Because what we've heard is that sometimes, although technical people may be very convinced of the importance of technologies like API, it's hard to convince non-technical decision makers or even commercial sectors, commercial areas within some organizations, because the benefits may not be evident, may not be immediate. So there is a need, and as the other panelists mentioned, for more capacity building, for more awareness raising. So yeah, any efforts in that space that will help bridge that gap between very technical content and not so technical content, that will allow decision makers to understand the importance of implementing best practices.
Thank you, Sophia. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a lot of things to say, but
minute,
here we didn't get this change. Okay, 1 minute, sorry. I think that as we are looking for the future, one thing is clear, I think. No single actor can build African digital infrastructure alone. The complexity of the challenge we are facing, connectivity gaps, regulatory fragmentation, climate imperative, and invest risk require a united, agile, and inclusive approach. This is very important. At Smart Africa, we are committed to turning vision into action by aligning government, the private sector, developing partners, and communities around concrete, high-impact solution. Whether it's truth, it could be truth on One African networks or in data centers, as I already said, harmonized spectrum challenges. We see this partnership, not, we see the partnership, sorry. The code, sorry. Yes, we see this partnership not as a choice, but a necessity. This is very important. So finally, if we want to prepare our infrastructure for this demand of tomorrow, digital economy, we must invest not only in fiber and data centers, but also in trust, coordination, and local capacity. Let's move forward together with ambition and with purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you for these words. We'll keep it in mind. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We have one question in the room. Please go ahead. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Vinicius Fortuna. I actually work at Google Jigsaw on internet access, resilience, and privacy. And currently, when you use a HTTPS, encrypted HTTP, like your domain name goes in plain text and it leaks. And that's like with the advancement of AI, that's becoming a very serious threat. I actually ran an experiment analyzing my own domain names and put it on LLM and create a profile about me. And it's scary. Like you can tell the person's employer, the health conditions, political associations, religion, sexual preferences, and gender, and all sorts of things. So, and there are two technologies to solve this, like encrypted DNS and encrypted client hello. So I'm wondering, like, what your organizations can do to help promote an adoption of these technologies by online services or the internet service providers.
Thank you so much. As we don't have any more time, I believe we'll take this after the session ends, and I'll be here with my colleagues to answer your question. But I see another question. Please, go ahead. For 30 seconds, please. But be sure that we'll answer your questions after the session.
All right. Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Jijide, and I'm from Malawi. I'm the Pan-African Youth Ambassador on Internet Governance. I'm also a digital inclusion practitioner, as well as a member of Malawi Youth IGF. So my question is basically going straight to you, NDP and Smart Africa. I was following with a very keen interest, more especially on the projects that are underway to bridge the digital divide, especially in the remote areas. Now, most of the projects, when they are being scaled, they are being done in the urban areas. So I would really want to find out what are the policies or the laws that you have put in place to make sure that when you're scaling these things about the projects to do with digital transformation, you are channeling these initiatives to reach to the people that are living in the remote areas, because these are the people that are suffering from the poor infrastructure when it comes to internet. At the same time, even the data cost is very costly, which they cannot manage to access. And at the same time, they are also having the issue to do with the digital gadgets. So that's my question that I would really want to get an answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll once again, I will be here with our panelists to answer your question, and I'll be sure to give you the contact of my colleague Danny Wazen, so you can be in direct contact with him. Once again, thanks again for everyone, for our audience in the room, for our audience online, for our speakers. It was a really interesting discussion. We will have some takeaway and some recommendation, but just to summarize, collaboration, partnership, IPv6, RPKI, manners, DNSSEC should be in the public infrastructure plan. And the last one is long-term investment in capacity building. Once again, thank you so much. And I believe I'm on time. Thank you.
welcome to this session on editorial media and big tech. My name is Helle Sjøvåg. I will be chairing this session today. I'm a professor of journalism at the University of Stavanger here in Norway. And my research currently is about the material conditions for distribution of media content. And editorial media are, as you know, responsible for overseeing power and for providing an arena for democratic conversation. So here in Norway, it's the responsibility of the state to ensure that the infrastructure for information, communication and expression is open, diverse and free to all. This responsibility is in fact embedded in paragraph 100 of the Norwegian Constitution on freedom of expression. So media used to largely own distribution infrastructures in the past. They owned the television towers that relayed broadcasting signals, the trucks that delivered newspapers, and they leased the bandwidth where radio signals were transmitted. But they have also always been somewhat reliant on third parties to get their content out to audiences. In the past, these were cable distribution companies, video stores, movie theaters, and newsstands. Today, news delivery is modular. It's distributed through a range of platforms, most of which are owned by a handful of US-based technology companies. News media rely on terrestrial and submarine fiber cables to enable hyperlinking, but also co-production and audience reach. They need content delivery networks like Akamai to stream content. They rely on cloud services like the ones provided by Microsoft and Amazon Web Services to store and manage data. They rely on web architecture like the ones provided by Google for website functionality. And news media have also relied for quite some time on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok to reach and engage their users, and also to generate advertising revenue. More and more, news media also grow increasingly dependent on the AI services provided by Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon for research and production, analytics, and also personalization of content. So, many of the key players here, they operate across sectors. Now this creates potential vulnerabilities along the value chain of news production and distribution, raising questions as to the resilience of the overall technological infrastructure for news globally. These resilience issues emerge because these technologies, and these are technologies that work really well, by the way, they're concentrating in power, and they're also concentrating geographically. So we are quickly approaching the point where it becomes impossible to operate sustainably without these services. So this leads to issues of dependency and potential capture, posing questions about the resilience of the information ecology overall. So how does this infrastructure create vulnerabilities for editorial media's ability to operate sustainably? How do we secure free editorial media in the future? So we will delve into these issues in this session. We will start by hearing two keynotes, followed by a panel discussion. So our first keynote is by Chris Despain. Chris is a corporate lawyer who for 16 years was the CEO of the manager of the Australian Internet Country Code, where he started the Australian IGF. He was a director of ICANN, so Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, for 9 years. And he was a member of the United Nations Secretary General's Internet Governance Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group for 6 years. And he continues to be heavily involved in ICANN and all areas of Internet governance. So, Chris, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. This is a really, really weird setup. Hang on, that's it. Let's get rid of that. I can hear myself properly instead of cutting out. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for asking me to be here. I was in two minds about how to do this, and in the end I decided that the best thing for me to do was to sort of level set and save all of the sort of controversial stuff for the discussion, because I have no doubt there's going to be some of that. So let me start by asking you to imagine waking up tomorrow morning to find that your favourite news outlet, maybe an independent investigative site or a local newspaper, trying to expose corruption, has vanished. Not because it's run out of money, not because it's broken the law, but because the infrastructure that it depended on, servers, cloud storage, content delivery systems, etc., was quietly turned off by a private company acting in its own interests and with no oversight or transparency. That's the reality. That could happen today. So the question that I'm going to address now is, how does the concentrated ownership of the internet's infrastructure affect a free and resilient news media? And in an era where information is both our most valuable resource and our most contested battleground, understanding the invisible hands shaping our access to news is more crucial than ever. We tend to think of the internet as an abstract space, a borderless cloud, a place where information flows freely. But it's not some ethereal democratic realm floating above us. It's physical, centralized, and privately owned. At every layer, from the undersea cables that carry data, to the data centers that host it, to the platforms that distribute it, real companies control real assets, and with that comes enormous power. So I think we're all clear what we mean by internet infrastructure. And I'm going to talk mainly about, with reference mainly to undersea cables and CDNs, content delivery networks, but it applies to all the layers. And these layers aren't just technical scaffolding, they're points of control. And when ownership of the layers is concentrated in the hands of a few, then we can create choke points that can be used intentionally or not to silence journalism, suppress dissent, or manipulate public discourse. The concentration isn't just about market share, it's about infrastructural power, the ability to shape, restrict, or enable the flow of information at the most fundamental level. As platforms and infrastructure providers consolidate, they evolve from mere gatekeepers to architects of the entire media ecosystem. Their control extends from the creation of news through to its distribution and to how and whether it reaches you at all. When a small number of CDN providers control the infrastructure that delivers most of the web content, they also effectively act as gatekeepers. If they choose, voluntarily or under government or corporate pressure, to restrict access to certain news sources, those outlets may become practically invisible or unreliable. And of course, undersea cables are the physical backbone to the global internet, and that includes news delivery. A lot of people who aren't involved in this area think that the undersea cables are all owned by governments, and indeed some of them are. But a lot of them are owned by a small number of corporations, and the number of governments that own them is also very small. Control of this part of the infrastructure enables you to prioritize or deprioritize certain data flows, so you can favor your own platforms, your own services, or your own partners. Creates potential choke points where governments or companies can interfere with the transmission of independent journalism, and that's especially true in the case of crises or conflicts, not that we have any of those around at the moment. It can enable censorship by infrastructure, denial of access, and bandwidth throttling. Speaking of censorship, we traditionally worry about government censorship, but corporate censorship can be just as impactful and is often far more opaque. CDNs can remove or block content they consider controversial, false, or harmful. And whilst this may align with societal goals, it can also be abused to suppress legitimate investigation or whistleblowers. Infrastructure owners have, at times, been pressured by governments or acted on their own to block content or services. Examples include financial intermediaries cutting off funding to news organisations, app stores removing controversial apps, or network providers shutting down entire countries' access to the internet during political crisis. That's the imagine you woke up in the morning and you couldn't access the news channel. There are surveillance and privacy risks as well. Companies that own cables may monitor or be forced to share data with governments. It undermines the confidentiality of journalists, whistleblowers and sources. Surveillance at the infrastructure level, not just the software level, is far harder to detect or to resist. CDNs often handle DNS queries, TLS handshakes, and metadata about who accesses which news content. And concentrated ownership allows the aggregation of highly sensitive consumption data, which could be abused. The concentration can also put economic pressure on independent media. Tech giants who own cables also dominate social media distribution, search engines, cloud hostings, advertising markets. You'll notice I haven't named any of them. That's because I suspect we all know who they are. This vertical integration can financially squeeze independent media, who become dependent on a few platforms for both content distribution and monetization. Infrastructure control gives big companies even more leverage over the digital news economy. And there's, of course, the risk of geopolitical weaponization. Countries that dominate cable ownership, currently the US and China, can pressure or disrupt global information flows. In authoritarian regimes, state-owned or state-influenced companies can influence how news circulates internationally. And for smaller countries, the lack of ownership or control creates a dependency which reduces sovereignty over the information access. History shows that concentrated ownership, whether in traditional media or in digital infrastructure, poses serious risks to media pluralism and independence. When a few entities control the spaces and relationships on which media organizations depend, they can shape public discourse, not just by what they amplify, but by what they suppress. There's economic leverage too. News organizations, especially the smaller ones and local outlets, are dependent on the infrastructure owners for access, distribution, and revenue. This dependency can erode their editorial independence and long-term sustainability. And there's homogenization. Consolidation often leads to less original, more homogenized content, with a decline in local reporting and diversity of voices, even if overall content quality doesn't always suffer. I live in a small village in Norfolk in the UK, and it's reached the point now where the only way that I can really find out about what's going on in the local area is in the individual parish magazines that still get printed and delivered through the front door, because the local news is over. It doesn't really exist anymore. There are local papers, but all they have become is the delivery of advertising. The concentration introduces vulnerabilities that threaten the resilience of both the internet and the news media. Again, a small number of companies control critical infrastructure, so outages or targeted disruptions can have outsized effects. Look at the recent blackout in Portugal and Spain. If that doesn't highlight the importance of diverse providers and the reliance on a few actors making the system brittle, then nothing does. Witness the beautiful and glorious United Kingdom's privatised water system, where individual water authorities have a monopoly over delivery of water in various parts of the country, and nearly all of whom are polluting our rivers and waterways so that they can pay more money to their shareholders. Infrastructure owners can also become instruments of the state or corporate power, and wielding their control to advance political or economic interests, sometimes at the expense of press freedom and public interest. And when ownership is concentrated, failure of one operator or geopolitical tension, the thing I mentioned we didn't have very much of at the moment, can lead to severe disruptions. It's important to remember that news organizations often depend on real-time global access to sources, feeds, witnesses, and correspondence. And concentration makes the system itself more vulnerable to things like cable cuts, political sanctions or regulatory capture, and corporate decisions driven by profit, not by public interest. The consequences for democracy could be profound. As ownership concentrates, local and regional news media struggles. Their dependence on infrastructure and platforms controlled by distant actors undermines their ability to serve their communities and hold local power to account. It used to be possible. You may not be able to hold national power to account until there's an election, but you used to be able to hold local power to account simply because you had all the news and information and you could turn up at your council offices and shout at them a lot. Homogenised content and diminished local reporting weakens the public's ability to scrutinise those in power, leading to less informed citizens and diminished political participation. And of course, there are threats to pluralism. With fewer independent actors, the diversity of perspective shrinks. Minority voices are marginalised. Marginalised communities are marginalised and risk being excluded from conversation. So the challenges require a multi-pronged approach, of course, and I've no doubt we're going to talk about that some when we get to the panel. It may be that the traditional tools for limiting media concentration are not appropriate or don't work anymore. They've certainly broken down in the mainstream media. The rules used to be you couldn't own a newspaper and a television channel. Not anymore. Policy should encourage a diverse ecosystem of infrastructure providers and media organisations. Policy is important. How you set it is obviously also important, but that's another conversation. And infrastructure owners need to be held to high standards of transparency regarding their control over data flows and so on. And we should be investing in alternative infrastructure. Community-owned networks, independent hosting, and decentralised platforms are all within our own control if we choose to take that control. It's a fundamental challenge to the freedom, diversity and resilience of our news media. And if it's left unchecked, it risks entrenching new forms of gatekeeping, undermining local journalism and narrowing the spectrum of voices that sustain our democracy. But that said, it was ever thus. It might sound as if I'm suggesting we're headed towards the end of a diverse media or the death of local news or a single point of control of our news. And I don't believe that we are. Press barons have forever tried to manipulate what we read. If you look at the relatively recent fight between Prince Harry and Rupert Murdoch's news media, and his case for which he sued them, he won. Front page news in lots of newspapers, but bizarrely in the Murdoch press, a small article on the bottom of page 8. But the point is that the Murdoch press didn't have the power, despite the fact that it owns an awful lot of the media, to suppress the story. There are more opportunities today also for citizen journalists than there have ever been, and I think we're taking advantage of them. Part of the challenge, of course, is it's not always journalism. Sometimes it's just rhetoric. But above all else, we should never underestimate the resilience of us humans and our desire to be heard. I started out by asking you to imagine your favourite news network had vanished. Well, that's not something some people need to imagine. It has happened in several countries over the last 10 to 15 years, where the government has attempted to switch off the population's access to news. And what happens when that happens? Our own resilience kicks in. In one particular case, by folks heading up to their attics and dusting off their old modems and connecting to the world of news with 2 rubber caps and a soundscape of squeaks and buzzes over the good old-fashioned telephone. Even so, the choices we make today about the digital arteries of our society will shape the future of news, free expression and democratic participation for generations to come. It's our collective responsibility, policymakers, industry leaders, journalists and citizens alike, to ensure that the infrastructure of the internet serves the public good and not just private power. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that. Our next keynote speaker is Anja Schifrin. Anja is the director of the Technology, Media and Communications program at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. She has a PhD from the University of Navarra on the topic of online disinformation, and she has published extensively on journalism sustainability, capture, and policies to support journalism globally. Anya is also a former journalist. She's been covering both Asia and Europe as a reporter for many years. So, Anya, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you all for inviting me, and Haley for organizing this. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. And I'm going to time myself because I have 15 minutes, but if I have to skip, I'm happy to send my talk to you later. It's really great to see old friends here like Pamela and Guy and Rasmus and make some new friends too. And thank you to UNESCO for all the support over the years. I'm going to be depressing. I'm from Columbia University and I'm an American, so I'm extremely worried right now. We're in a terrifying moment, one in which it feels like everything we've worked to build over decades is being dismantled. Not for any good reason, not because thoughtful people who shared the values of an educated or equal society built on truth and science and scientific inquiry decided it was time to carefully consider how to make the world more fair, more just, provide services more efficiently. I'm referring to Doge, of course. No, everything we've worked for and believe in is being torn apart by autocrats because they can do it. They came to power because they had support from oligarchs and corporations with money enough to influence political processes. They had the support of frustrated voters who were variously angry about income inequality, wokeism, and migration. And in the US, as well as in other countries, these new leaders use every method they have to grab and hold power, define courts and institutions, civil service, and civil society. So now we're here trying to figure out what to do next. As usual, the media is on the front lines. Journalists believe that they're the guardians of truth and their work holds power to account. They work in local communities covering local news, institutions, and politicians. And they work across borders exposing massive global problems. They provide new information to change hearts and minds and be acted on by responsible governments that want to act. Quality information is even more important now in an age of AI slop, where the information ecosystem is awash in misleading images and strange blah words that sound like they mean something but don't. Public discourse has been totally debased in the US. Our leaders lie without compunction. They seem to lie on every topic, whether migration or vaccines or climate. They attack and they defame their opponents. They did what they did in the McCarthy era when they attacked the Voice of America and librarians burned and pulped books in the US overseas. What comes after this attack on science and academia? Confusion. Nathan Heller's New Yorker piece last November summed up the U.S. today. It's no longer the micro-targeted online disinformation that's the problem, but the general miasma of confusion. As he said, it's about seeding the ambience of information, throwing facts and fake facts alike into an environment of low attention. Worse is the terrifying public violence, the assassination in Minnesota, the people bringing their cars to protest to either crash into protesters or threaten them, not once, but repeatedly. It's all reminding me of the French sociologist Gabriel Tardet, who I teach in my class at Columbia. He talks about life before the public. Without the public, what did we have in the Middle Ages? Fairs, pilgrimages, tumultuous multitudes dominated by bias or belligerent emotions, angers, or panic. Sounds like today. I won't go into all the details that we all know so well about what happened to quality news media, the collapse of the business models, IP and content stolen by social media, changes in audience consumption patterns, loss of advertising revenue, capture by the state, the spread of news deserts. Rasmus will talk to you about trust, I'm sure, COVID-19 hitting advertising. Quality information is a public good, as my husband's been saying for decades, and few want to pay the full costs of production and dissemination. And that's true, of course, of art, culture, health, and many other essentials. But there's a cost to not producing public goods, and we are paying that price now. So here we are in 2025. Trump and Musk decided to cut funding for journalism around the world. Voice of America, startups in Africa, Exile Media from Russia and Ukraine, the intermediary organizations. It's a bloodbath ripping through the ecosystem. Some, such as Gina Neff and Taylor Owen, are saying that we need to have new regulatory frameworks. As the previous speaker pointed out, much of what we've done may not be enforceable in the future. Others, like Reddy and Glacier, have said we have to prepare for systems collapse. And they lay out in a recent paper, I think it was in the Stanford Social Innovation Review, different options for funders, whether it's protecting communities, blocking the worst parts, or being creative and willing to transform and fundamentally reimagine the sectors supported by foundations and under attack. Since we're talking today about platform dependency and the material conditions for a free and resilient news media, I want to talk about where I think those discussions are going and what I'm hearing around the world. I first want to acknowledge that there has been a tremendous amount of creative thinking already. I strongly agree with the view that journalists didn't innovate, that they spent too much time blaming the platforms. I think that journalists and donors have spent decades promoting engagement with audiences, supporting local news, trying to communicate and build trust with communities. They've innovated in endless ways, trying the subscription model, community building models, trying to earn income to replace what was lost to the tech advertising monopoly. Governments in many countries, including Norway, have done a huge amount to support public interest news. So I don't think this is a moment when we all need to sit around and criticize ourselves. I think we've done enough of that. The time is action. There's been also, let me point out, tremendous engagement with the platforms. Attempts have been made to create voluntary codes of conduct, require data transparency, work together to develop new forms of technology and income stream. And it was only when those attempts were not sufficient that government stepped in and tried to help publishers. The good news is we have the tools. Governments tried first with voluntary measures, but they know how to do tax policy and they know how to regulate monopolies. Many, especially in this part of the world, have done a terrific job supporting public broadcasting and journalism. But when government has tried to use their powers to tax and legislate, they were met with platform resistance. The platforms have shown themselves to be bad actors in many cases. I have a little list. They have polluted the information ecosystem by making money from spreading mis and disinformation and hate speech. They steal intellectual property, and by stealing it, they weaken the ability of those who want to provide good information to be able to do it. They've become monopoly capitalists, and they have stifled innovation. They've engaged in tax avoidance despite reaping enormous profits from their monopoly power. The oligarchs heading these firms have used their wealth to interfere with the political process and written the rules in the U.S. to benefit themselves, their monopolies, and they've done the same things in countries around the world. They have not respected attempts to get them to pay for IP copyright. Their playbook was and is the U.S. classic corporate playbook for lobbying, PR efforts, spreading misinformation about laws, commissioning research, and threatening exit. And I have a book chapter that I wrote with Felipe Lauritsen coming out next year that looks at South Africa and Brazil as case studies for this classic American corporate playbook in tech. So some regulators, I'm thinking here of Rod Sims and the Australian Competition Commission, came to realize that the heart of the problem is platform dominance and power asymmetries between platforms and publishers. This is why in Australia it was the competition authorities rather than the Copyright Office that tried to get platform remuneration for publishers. The Australian case is significant because it led to payments by Google and Meta, along with a raft of measures enacted by government which helped shore up declining local news. But we saw what happened in Canada when they adopted a similar law. Meta responded by dropping news, which caused a collapse in website traffic. We saw in Brazil how Google lobbied against similar laws, South Africa, and in California and all over Europe, dropping news as a test. And now we have yesterday's announcement from Google that they're also going to pull out of many of the Australian laws. And as always, they blame the victim. Oh, it's the Labour Party's fault for not, being clear. Anyway, my point is that the platform intransigence has led regulators to consider a host of new measures. Late 2024, Australia announced that platforms that didn't want to negotiate with publishers could pay a digital levy, which would be more expensive than what bargaining code payments would be. South Africa is also looking at digital levies, and many countries are considering things like digital services taxes with funding earmarked for journalism. I don't want to go over time, but I'll just say a few things. So in the OSCE, we have this report coming out on platform dependencies and publishers, which we're presenting in September and October. And we talk about must-carry and visibility policies. This, I think, is a very dramatic shift. And I'm not sure that much of it would actually even be implementable in the US because of First Amendment considerations, which preclude compelled speech. But I think there's two things to remember. One is, had the platforms agreed to previous laws and attempts, we would not be in this position where we're now looking at really what I consider fourth best measures. And the only way to get concessions is to proceed from platforms is to proceed with legislative proposals. Otherwise, they do not act. I think that the next frontier is going to have to be some sort of AI tax, possibly with funding given to support journalism. And I see four policy options. Free for all, where the LLM AI companies can scrape whatever they want online, and creators and publishers have no protection. This is what we saw during the training period. The second path would be one in which there is a strict policy of no use of intellectual property. This is clearly unrealistic. So now we have two options which involve paying for the use of IP. One would be a fixed scale of fees that are predetermined. Payments to pharma companies during periods of compulsory licensing of medications are one example. I know the South Africans in the room are very familiar, and India as well, with compulsory licensing regimes. I think, frankly, I'm working on a paper now with a team of economists, and that is what we're going to be proposing. And then the other point, of course, is more what Australia did, which is you lay out a negotiations framework. And this has to be done because the competitive environment has a direct bearing on negotiations. This was the whole entire point that Australia understood. You don't have fair negotiations when it's a couple of monopolies that are doing at the table. So I want to be really clear. I've got 5 more minutes. I'll give back a couple of dates. I want to be clear about what we're up against. The U.S. government has made it clear that it opposes both tech regulation and taxation all over the world. There's a proposal in Trump's current budget to preempt state regulation on AI for 10 years. This is really important because in the US, we have federal systems, so states do quite a lot. And if they're not able to regulate AI for 10 years, we have a huge problem on our hands. Another thing is, I don't know if you've heard about the revenge tax. This is a provision in the new budget which would punish companies in countries that try to enforce the OECD tax agreement on global minimum corporate taxes, which you may remember was settled at 15%, which is pretty low, or impose digital services taxes. So this is the US saying, we're taxing you back if you do either of these things. Now, the funny thing about this, the revenge tax is such a bad idea that the US business community has hired lobbyists to try to kill it. That's amazing if US business doesn't even want a law that's supposed to protect them. And the New York Times had a great article about this last week. So let's make no mistake about what's happening in the US. Trump and his friends oppose mis- and disinformation research and legislation because they like to lie online. Trump and Vance and their Silicon Valley allies oppose paying for IP because that would eat into their profit. That's what's happening here. Let's not muddy the waters with talking about First Amendment or anything else. So here's the question. Can Europe stick together? In the US, those of us who care about this stuff want to know whether the EU and the rest of the world will cave, capitulate, or whether it will stick with its plans to tax and regulate big tech. India has apparently agreed to roll back its 6% tax on digital advertising. There's also discussion, including the head of financing for development meeting in Seville next week, where I'll be going, about whether having the U.S. out of global discussions is better because it means the rest of the world can go on with making their own plans. Normally what the U.S. does is their negotiators demand concessions to international frameworks, they drag out the discussions, and then in the end, after dragging out, wasting everyone's time, watering down, they just refuse to sign because Congress won't pass it anyway. So I don't think the EU and the rest of the world and the international community has any choice. Either the U.S. is isolationist and out of the picture for the long term, in which case the rest of the world has to move ahead in all sorts of areas without us, or the U.S. returns to sanity, in which case it's good to have spent a few years developing smart policies and the U.S. can catch up later. Thank you for including me, and I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you for that, Anya. I'm going to introduce the panel now. Our panel today consists of 5 distinguished actors working in the areas of policy, industry, and academia. First, we have Pamela Sitoni. She's a Kenyan journalist and author. She's a media and communications consultant and the public editor at Nation Media Group in Kenya. She's previously served as executive editor and managing editor of Daily Nation, the East African, and Standard newspapers in Kenya. She has also worked as a communication specialist for the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, in Kenya. Pamela? Stavrum is CEO of Tinius Trust, and she's the chair of the board of Schibsted Media. She has a background as a journalist and editor, and she served as the general secretary of the Norwegian Press Association and chair of the latest Norwegian Freedom of Expression Commission. We have Rasmus Claes Nielsen. He is a professor at the University of Copenhagen in Denmark and a senior research associate at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, where he also served as director of research for many years. He's published extensively on political communication, the business of news, platform dependency, and misinformation, and he is co-author of the annual Reuters Institute Digital News Report. Anine Kierulf is a Norwegian lawyer and associate professor of constitutional law at the University of Oslo. She's a special advisor to the Norwegian Human Rights Institution. Anine has served as legal advisor to the Council of Europe, and she served as chair of the Commission of Academic Freedom of Expression here in Norway. Taufik Jelassi is the Assistant Director General for Communications and Information at UNESCO. He has a PhD in Information Systems from New York University, and he served as Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research, and Information and Communication Technologies in Tunisia. He's also Professor of Strategy and Technology Management at IMD Lausanne. And we also have on stage our 2 keynote speakers, Anja Schifrin and Chris Despain. And Taufik is joining us now. Okay. Welcome to the panel, everyone. We'll start with the section on reactions to our 2 keynote presentations, I think. I want to start maybe with you, Rasmus. Chris tells this story of concentration in the internet sector, and he draws this line back to the press barons, in a sense. Do you think it's a good parallel? Is it the same old story?
I mean, I think I'm reminded of the quote from the movie Casablanca, that he is like other men, only more so. I think it is the same old story, even only much more pronounced, in that the concentration of power we see today is increasingly transnational, even global, and that is more accentuated than the history that Chris rightly outlined. I also think it's important to keep in mind that in addition to the sort of corporate story of triumph and tragedy that we all know so well, the sort of the animal spirits of the market and they have been quite animalistic, that have been unleashed in these areas. There's also a political story that I think Chris gestured towards when you mentioned sort of privatization of water, for example, utilities, but also the watering down of cross-media ownership legislation. And I think if we want to understand where we are today, it's important to pay attention to the current inhabitant of the White House, but also the history of this. The moment we're in today, I think, has a political history that goes back at least to George W. Bush and the Barack Obama administration, to the Blair prime ministership and the David Cameron prime ministership, to Chancellor Schröder and to Chancellor Merkel, in terms of a long period in which corporate consolidation, liberalization, and opening up media markets have not only been accepted but endorsed and wholeheartedly pursued by establishment political parties of both the center-left and the center-right. So, for example, here is a quote. Our companies have created the internet, expanded it, perfected it in ways that other countries can't compete. And oftentimes what is portrayed as high-minded positions and issues sometimes is just designed to carve out some of their own commercial interests. This is not a quote from the current inhabitant of the White House. This is a quote from President Obama from 2015. Right, so there's a political story here of deliberate non-intervention and deregulation that is across the political spectrum and across the Atlantic. And in fact, if we are to believe what we read in the press today, the brief of the current European Commission is not to respond to the hopes of many people who attend events like this. It is allegedly deregulation, corporate consolidation, and apparently, if what we're told today by the Wall Street Journal about the possibility of pausing enforcement of the DSA for U.S. companies, it's to make geopolitical concessions in the interest of maintaining some sort of tie across the Atlantic. So I think there is a very important political story here if we want to understand who's responsible for where we are today, and I think that should probably inform as to what we hope from the same actors going forward.
Thank you. Anina, do you think we're too late in regulating this space? How would you describe the current challenges to the information ecology and human rights?
Yeah, I very much agree with Rasmus. We're certainly too late. But in some ways, I think law is always too late. We're sort of trailing the world. The world goes on and we run after it and try and regulate it and mend all the things that don't work with regulations, and that's the way that law works generally, and it's been like that in the meeting of all new technologies and even like, I don't know, cars, everything. But the situation today is very different because the world is spinning a lot faster, so it's hard to trail, and the internet is fast, the technology companies are really fast, everything's going at a much higher pace and reaching out to a number of more people a lot faster than in any previous ways of technology, I think. And so law is trailing the world, but democracy is by its nature slow. And that's to try and get people involved and listen to what the constituents have to say about things. Obviously, we have to do that, but seeing a model for regulation that incorporates that slowness into the pace that the world is working with today, I think is very, very difficult. So the challenge is to free speech, obviously, but particularly perhaps freedom of information. I mean, the big internet revolution, obviously, it's all people get to speak freely about what they want, where they want, in some ways, at least on the mercy of big tech companies. But the big difference, I think, with internet and even before social media is the absolute overflow of unchecked information. So the model that we've sort of been relating to up until the internet came is one where some fact checkers, some quality checkers, some guardians have always sort of filtered the information that we get. And that's so very different today, and it's really hard to envision how to meet that, even with more training in digital literacy and critical thinking. It's very hard to keep up because we as human beings or netizens are also a lot slower than the machines are going right now.
Yeah, so regulation is usually reactionary, right? And politics is usually national, and these systems are global,
Yes.
in a sense. So Anya paints a kind of a bleak picture of where we are today. I want to ask you, Pamela, what do you think about Anya's warning that we shouldn't rely on the US to regulate this space? How is this dependency felt in the African context?
Thank you, and thank you, Anya, for that wonderful presentation. I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the rest of the world really looking at America's opposition to regulation, America's opposition to taxation of these media tech companies, and thinking about a solution that includes everybody else. I think for me, my question would be the how to go about it, because when you look at Africa's situation, for example, we find ourselves in a situation where we can't really have the bargaining power against these companies. We look at a company like Google or Meta, and if they pulled out of Africa, what difference would it make to their bottom line? Obviously none, but what impact would it have on the information flow in that part of the world? A great impact. So we find ourselves kind of in a catch-22 situation, and I think I would look at what Chris said about policies, and also about creating an ecosystem where these companies are actually made to play by a global playbook and not specific rules for specific countries. So what Google does in Australia, it should also be compelled to do the same in Africa. And also we have had situations where these companies are allowed to pick and choose. They pick and choose who to work with, which media house to work with, who to pay and how much to pay. So this call for accountability and transparency, I think, should be made to apply globally and not in specific regions only. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Kersti, from a sort of an industry perspective, how real is this power really felt in the industry? What are the threats to freedom of information?
I think it was two great keynotes. I think what we see, in my opinion, is that social media or the platforms, they are amplifying the weaknesses of the society in where they operate. So when we see this polarization in the US, it was there already. Like in the Philippines, where Maria Ressa always have strong and clear messages from. The Philippines were never a good place before Facebook either. But I guess at least we in this room share this mission of trying to foster a well-informed and enlightened public debate. And depending on the problem, the answer is almost always trusted media, trusted edited media. And at this very moment, actually, VG, Norway's major private free media outlet, is celebrating its 80th anniversary. So the Prime Minister is there. I should have been there myself, but I'm here. Anyway, that makes it possible for me to tell you that VG has, in a population of 5 million people, daily 2 million visitors, and 1.5 million comes directly to VG. That is both extremely impressive. I think almost all media outlets in the world envy them those figures. Isn't that right, Rasmus? But it is a result of them. They were funded actually after the Second World War as a democracy project, and that project is still going on. They've had a very clear policy for what their role was in society, and they work on that role very proudly. And I think I agree with Anina also, because I agree to all. I guess that is how echo chamber develop. But I think the regulation has been too slow because we had the assumptions wrong. We assumed that the US was an ally for our liberal democracy, and now we know for sure that it's not. So of course, it was too late. We didn't treat the challenges seriously enough, but we are doing it now, I think. And And I think we more and more see parallel to what we saw in the 1990s when the climate policy also understood that the polluter had to pay. So we are sort of copying the polluter pays principle that was established back then. And I think that has, of course, both an economic aspect, but it's likewise important that it has a moral aspect of it. I think that's fair because we see that when not accountable platforms does not or are spreading pollution into our information climate, there are someone else that are left to clean up the mess, and very often that is the edited media. And I think that to make the polluter pay, I think we can enforce those that are edited and those that are responsible. And like, for instance, VG, they adhere to the Norwegian media responsibility law. And also is part of a very beautiful press ethical system that Norway has, and the Nordics share almost likewise. That I think is of great importance. But in the end, we cannot sort of be lame duck facing those that are not playing by the rules that we others are. It's not more complicated than that.
Yeah, you're talking about some very clear institutional differences, I guess, between the two sectors. Tawfik, how is UNESCO working to ensure that we have a free information space in the context of the keynotes that we hear today?
Thank you, Heli. First of all, my thanks to both keynote speakers, because I think that they set the stage very carefully and thoroughly, and they were very eloquent in putting the arguments forward. I am tempted to add to the title. It's not only conditions for a free and resilient news media, but also for a trustworthy news media. To pick on the previous panelist who brought up the issue of trust. And the previous panelist also mentioned Maria Ressa, and her famous quote, she said, "Without facts, there is no truth. And without truth, there is no trust. And without trust, there is no shared reality upon which we can act." Today, we do have a new shared reality, and as it was mentioned before, it calls us to act. So what UNESCO has done 3 years ago, it has launched a major global initiative called For an Internet of Trust, which was an inclusive multi-stakeholder process involving not only the 194 member states of UNESCO, but also civil society organizations, tech companies, platform operators, academia, research, technical community, organizing 3 global open consultations, receiving 10,000 inputs from these stakeholders, inputs coming from over 134 countries. And what I have in my hand here is a booklet published about a year ago. It's called the UNESCO Guidelines for the Governance of Digital Platforms. And it calls, or it spells out, the conditions for a free, resilient, trustworthy media, clearly defining the responsibility in terms of transparency, accountability, user empowerment, independent regulators and oversight bodies. Why doing that? Because I don't think it's the why is clear and the what is clear, but the how today is the challenge, how to go about it. And we believe that regulation showed its limits. Self-regulation did not work, did not deliver. We need maybe a co-regulatory system which is truly multi-stakeholder, and that was our base. And to anchor the process in human rights standards, because it's also about individual dignity, it's about data privacy, it is about the user empowerment, as I said a minute ago. So the good news that we are now implementing these guidelines. We have pilot implementation underway. We set up a network of 80 regulators from all over the world. And we had last year the first UNESCO Global Conference for Regulatory Authorities. Why we need them? Because, of course, they can contextualize these guidelines, and they can, of course, take into account, and they have to, the specificities of regions and countries when implementing these set of principles. So this is an effort, but again, I stress the multi-stakeholder, the multilateral, the inclusive process, because what some of you mentioned is a problem for society at large, and there is no one single country or actor who can tackle this issue successfully. We need to join forces to achieve our goal.
Thank you. So, Anya, how you kind of outline where the US is now sort of isolationist. What's your hope or belief in these sort of global systems? Is it going to work if the US isn't able to or willing to collaborate, to pull out, as you say?
Well, I think it's, and I know we talked about this during the South African hearings, it's very normal for companies to threaten to exit. That is what they always do. And I understand, I've heard so many people in Africa say what Pamela is saying. In terms of economics, the exit threat really makes no sense because these companies make money off news and quality information. And even if they had to share some of the surplus, they would still be making plenty of profit, right? So makes no sense to exit. I think sort of three things. One is clearly, as Pamela pointed out, countries and publishers have to negotiate collectively. You know, the Danish examples is really important. So Kenya by itself might not feel like a good market, but all of Africa is a market. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, let's be realistic. If these companies exit, Chinese technology will take over. So TikTok or whoever will just take on this job. So there is actually an alternative, and those platforms know that. And then finally, eventually, other countries would develop their own technology. So, you know, Indonesian telecom, Brazil, South Africa, there would be more innovation later. And I'm not, as I mentioned before, you know, none of these options are great options, but that's where we're at.
Yeah. Chris, it seems like most of the panel agree with you in your... Are you disappointed?
You're assuming I agree with myself.
Care to disagree with yourself?
Well,
panel?
I do think that we need to be a little bit careful about what we say. I've heard most people talking about regulation. Mm-hmm. Different people hear different things when you say regulation. Is that better? Lovely. If the Chinese government hears regulation, it means something completely different to when Tavik was talking about regulation. With him, I agree, because he was talking about multi-stakeholder regulation, or what I would call policy, global policy that can be implemented around the world. And I think there's quite a danger in talking about regulation because it feeds into the narrative of some of the more authoritarian governments around the world. What we need is global policy. And what we need is the good guys, and I'm not going to say who I think the good guys are, but the good guys need to actually buy into the global multi-stakeholder way of making policy. And what that means is that you have to take the good with the bad. It means that you're not going to win every argument, and what you can't do if you are a government is, if you don't win something, pick up your bucket and spade and go home and create your own laws to make it happen. And there is a tendency for that to be happening right now in certain places around the world, not a million miles from where we are today. So what I would say is, yes, I do agree that we need to figure out ways of making sure that we maintain the diversity, we maintain an open and free, resilient media. But just by saying we probably need to regulate isn't going to cut it. I just want to say one other thing, which is that we do have open, resilient media. It does exist around the world. It's not everywhere, but it does exist. It exists in the Australian Broadcasting Corporation in Australia. It exists in the jolly old BBC. It's been with me all my life and wins as independent because everyone hates it. And that's a key point. If everyone is equally unhappy, if when the left is in government, they think the BBC is right-wing, when the right is in government, they think the BBC is left-wing. That's how you do it. And it does work. But of course, they're under threat too, because of the funding model, not because Google owns an undersea platform, but because of the funding model. And how's that going to work? So this is a much bigger problem, I think, than just those, ownership of stuff. And as Anya said, if Google or Microsoft or that lot can't own undersea cables, then the Chinese will come and put them in, and so on and so forth. And then there's even more of a challenge. One final thing, which is we get an awful lot of stuff for free. Except it isn't, of course, free. And I'm reminded of a conversation with Tim Berners-Lee, sorry to name drop, when was the agreement that we would get free access to everything that's on the internet and a free email account that we can use completely freely, and we wouldn't have to pay anything for that at all? When did that happen? It never did. There was always a price. Thanks.
Can we get back to just the issue of trust a little bit? Because Shasti, you talked a little bit about this and about resilience and the power of these companies and the discrepancies between the institutional ethics of journalism and technology companies on the other side. What do you think the media can do to counter these dependencies? Or is there any way to work together in a very competitive space? What's the future here?
Well, maybe my answer can start by addressing Chris' sort of warning against regulation or thinking of and using the word regulation, because everything that we're discussing has these dilemmas, and what seems bright from a democracy perspective is black when you when you go to Turkey, and then it is the opposite. If you are Erdogan and hear the lovely word of anti-terror law, then he will just run out and find another journalist that maybe has assaulted him. So that is the dilemma. But I at this time, I still think that we need to take care of our own geographies, so that not more and more are sort of sliding into a situation which is not bearable and very difficult to handle. That was the start, but I do think that we should talk about ethics, because ethics is of such an extreme importance, and I think it's interesting, for instance, since we're sitting here in Oslo, to see what the Nordics has in common. All the Finland, Sweden, Norway, and to some extent Denmark has this brilliant press ethical system. I think the Danish is a little bit different, because it's the Ministry of Justice that appoints the press council, but in the other countries it's independent. And if I have one dream, it would be that the medias in all the geographies that are natural to divide, for instance, Europe into, come together and establish a free, fair, and fast press ethical system, because that makes everything so much easier, and it's a fast lane towards trust, I think. Because then you can complain. Over years you will see that media that adhere to a press ethical system, they comply, and they feel part of holding up the standards. Like take a very very easy example is that how often do you think that the Norwegian media has published a story that have been criticized in the press council for revealing people's privacy or private life? It hardly never happens.
Anine, you have a comment to that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add on to what Kjersti said and what Chris says here too, because keeping that local perspective, even while looking at the world, going backwards, I think is very important, and also both to sort of be examples for other regions, obviously, but also to sort of remind ourselves what is really at stake here, and how far we can really get with regulations, no matter what kinds of regulations we're talking about. Because if you see like some of the backsliding in the US now, is really following the books of the law, digging up like really old statutes from the 1700s and so forth. But you're using laws as a pretext for doing what is absolutely contrary to both the rule of law and to democracy. So it takes really sort of good faith constitutionalism for that to work. And I think the same applies in this sector. You would have to have sort of a good faith approach to all of this stuff. And in that respect, I think the ethic dimension comes in to be really important.
Yeah, and you're thinking both at the sort of local, national, and global level. So, because Pamela was talking about issues of accountability and transparency, how do you think we achieve that at these different levels? Is it a global question, or can we work nationally, locally for that? Yes, Pamela, please.
I think it has to be both.
Mm.
So at the local level, as the panelist who spoke before me has mentioned, it's important that we have regulations or ethical guidelines that guide us. And I think this is really, for what we call legacy media, it's a no-brainer. We all operate within the tenets of good journalism. The issue really is that the platforms are open for anybody and everybody, and there's disinformation and misinformation. And in fact, I always look at this as the flip side to that is that then the credible media have a chance to forge more trust with their audiences, because they are the to-go-to platforms, and people will go there for what they believe to be factual, and so therefore they have to operate within the rules. But when I was talking about accountability and transparency for the big platforms, I mean, we're just looking at issues of even how they work out the algorithms, which they do not disclose. They decide, as Chris said, they can decide what information to put out there and what to censor based on their relationships with government. They can endanger lives. I think the most current story from Kenya, where I come from right now, is about a young man who put out something on X, and it displeased a high-ranking police official. And because of that, he was arrested and he was murdered in the police cells because this information was made available, was revealed by the platform, and they were able to track him down and actually arrest him, and then he was murdered in the police cells. So when you're talking about these issues, it's life-threatening. It threatens the rights of the people to expression, the freedom of expression, even to freedom to just be alive. So these are serious issues, and it's important that we look at the best way to have that accountability and to hold platforms accountable for what they do. And then the other issue is the whole issue of media sustainability. I'm happy to see that in Europe, most countries actually, the media is funded by states, but in places like Africa, where independent media used to rely on a business model that has now collapsed, transition to digital media has become very slow and painful, and it affects the quality of the journalism. It affects how much information, how they can do their stories, how they cannot do, for example, deep investigative stories for lack of funding. And it's all because of how the whole ecosystem is owned by somebody who can decide how much money they can pay you for your content. They can take your IP for no pay, and you literally have nowhere to go. We have a case right now where Meta is arguing on whether it should be sued in Kenya or not, and because they don't have physical offices in Kenya, and yet they continue to violate the IP of Kenyans or Kenyan organizations. So I think the whole governance in that space is very important.
Can I come in, Haley, with a add-on?
Sure.
You know what my husband is now saying is that the platforms need to post $1 billion bond before they start operations in countries like Kenya or Brazil, so that when there's a fine, they have to pay it. Because in too many places, they're going around saying we don't have staff. So let them put down a bond or deposit, and then they can be fined.
Yeah, like a rainy day fund. Anina, is sovereignty a word we can use here? And is data sovereignty, digital sovereignty, what is is it a path?
Well, we wish, I suppose.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we had our own ecosystems and our own infrastructure for taking care of our own data and our own information, but it seems that's a little way ahead. I think it would be very important to think like that, and we're obviously totally lagging behind. I think it was Timothy Garton Ash in his 10 Principles of Free Speech. He's talking about the dogs and the cats and the mice. So the dogs are the states and the mice are us. And the cats are the big tech companies in between who obviously don't obey by any rules and do whatever they like. And so that's kind of the situation where we're in, only that some of the big dogs are teaming up with some of the big cats. And that leaves us a lot more vulnerable than we've been up to now. So I think there's no way outside of thinking sovereignty. I'm not a technologist, so I have no idea how that would actually be able to work out in practice. And I sometimes miss in conversations like this, not like this one, but conversations on this topic, is that people who are interested in freedom and journalism and democracy and human rights are not always talking so much to the technologists and vice versa, so that if we could team up in a way that informed us both better, maybe that could be at least one step ahead in that direction.
Well, we're here at IGF, so maybe. I want to ask Rasmus about alternatives in a minute, but Chris and Shasti have asked for a comment. So, Chris?
Just a couple of things I wanted to say. Just on the digital sovereignty thing. The challenge with that is, does it work unless you try and go extraterritorially? And that's a really difficult thing. The European Commission continues to attempt to regulate various parts of the domain name system extraterritorially, and it's a real challenge because it simply, well, basically doesn't work. But the thing I wanted to pick up on was what Pamela was talking about, because she gave a really good example about the ethics of revealing someone's name, and that therein lies the real challenge, because there are the ethical judgment in some cases, the good ethical judgment in some cases will be you should reveal, and the bad ethical judgment in some cases will be you should reveal. So it's really, really hard to figure out a way through that, because at the end of the day, it's not you should reveal or you shouldn't. It's what are the circumstances, and that by definition depends on your definition of who the good guys are and who the bad guys are.
Yeah, Shasti?
No, I just wanted to start with me. I have that cat at home, and it's absolutely ignorant to all rules, and I think that's very good.
You see, you have a big tech company working
Well, I definitely have. It's a cat.
Right.
But let's build on that one, because I think we have no choice. We need to develop national digital infrastructure. No, I mean, what we see around us leaves us no other choice. And I think we have in Norway, for instance, Telenor working on cloud storage, extremely important. We have some huge media companies like Schibsted, where I'm board head, and I think the policymakers need to find out how does this 2025 going onward media policy look like. It should facilitate tech development. It should make it should be as broad as possible, so that it sort of communicates with the framework of the free press in the world we live today. That will leave the media free and not so vulnerable to changes in the policy making, but sort of leveling the playing field with these big ignorant cats.
Yeah, Rasmus, do you think that's an option to build public alternatives?
Of course it is. I mean, there are plenty of options, but I think the real question is we need to hold people in positions of power, including public and political power, to account in terms of how they understand the system and whether they act accordingly. And I think the question here is, when looking at dependence on U.S. American big commercial platform companies, is which part of that phrase you stress, right? So if you think the problem is that they're U.S. American, then the path you pursue is obvious. It is that you try to create national, or in the case of Europe, regional champions. And then when they have the right passport and you are reliant on grande technologie rather than big tech, things are fine, right? Because then those companies are beholden to a different set of politicians, and then let's just hope that whoever is the next inhabitant of the Élysée is not going to abuse that power the way that we see in some other cases. And then the question is whether we as the mice can expect very different behavior from large corporations who hold different passports. And I think that all of those of you who have been at the receiving end of European capitalism around the world, I think you will ask yourself whether you really think it's fundamentally different from US American capitalism. Then the second way to think about the problem is that they are big. Now, then the alternatives are also, I think, quite clear. You're thinking about decentralized, federated, open source solutions. Now, I think it needs to be very clear that very few people in positions of power seem to think this is the problem, because if they did, they would pursue those alternatives already, because they exist, like the Fediverse, right, with Mastodon, or LibreOffice. There are options in this space, and we have now 25 years of revealed preference from people in positions of power. This is not what they want. So those alternatives exist, but they are not being pursued. And finally, of course, your analysis might be that the problem is that they are commercial. And that's where we can turn to the possibility of public service alternatives. And I think it's possible to do this. It's not easy. We need to decide what are they going to do. You know, there are many layers of the stack one could look at. How are they going to be funded? This is not going to be cheap. Who's going to make the rules and who's going to enforce them? Like all the controversies we see around content moderation decisions, imagine those only with the politicians in your country of origin making the decisions rather than Mark Zuckerberg and his oversight board. So it's not easy, but it can certainly be done. The question then is a question of priorities, right? In Europe alone, we spend an estimated 40 billion euros a year on public service media. That has been stagnant, in some cases declining in recent years, but we could make investments of a similar size. Europe is a $20 trillion GDP region. Public spending in Europe alone is 10 trillion euros a year. It's a question of priorities. And that's why I think we really need to be clear about, if we are to pursue the route that Kirsty endorsed, we have the means. It's a question of choices.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Taufik, did you have a comment?
Yes, the issue of ethics was brought up a couple of panelists earlier. And the question was, the statement was that the media needs to adhere to ethical standards and norms. But the question is, are these local, national ethics standards, or are these global? I would say, I think it's both, because technology and the platforms are global by nature, are borderless. Therefore, you cannot only apply national policy or approach to it. And here I wanted to flag out a piece of work that UNESCO has done, which is the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which was approved by all 193 member states back in 2021. And the set of principles, including on the media, including on freedom of expression, including on access to information, within this ethics of AI recommendation, are currently being implemented in over 70 countries, 70 countries worldwide. So again, we have a base. I'm not saying that's the answer to all issues, but there is a base. And this is part of the UNESCO work, which is a standard setting, normative instruments in a consensus, multi-stakeholder way. So of course, we are not, because some of you mentioned the European Commission and the DSA, etc. UNESCO does not have that executive power, cannot find the bad guys, the bad players. All what it can do is advocacy, norm setting, and trying to help move the needle.
Well, you brought up artificial intelligence, and I also have that on my notes. How does that development sort of increase or challenge these dependencies. These are many of the same companies involved in the material internet and also in the AI race. What should we really be prepared for here in terms of how market power develops and ethics and regulation and also for independent journalism in general? Maybe I can start with you, Pamela.
Thanks. I think, first of all, I strongly believe that any technological advancement, including AI, is good, and it is not mutually exclusive to good journalism. And the core of journalism will always remain, which is to tell stories. AI will not replace journalism. It is not going to replace the way we tell. It might replace how we tell some of our stories, but it will not create stories for us if it's used responsibly as a tool. And we've seen already a lot of media houses are applying AI. But I think for me, it just goes back to that whole control and ownership conversation about the platforms, where you have now you have the tech companies, they own the platforms, they own the distribution network, but they also want to own that content. And I'll just give the example of the Google AI overview and what it's doing for media houses already right now, just by gleaning all information about topics and putting it out there for the audience. Media houses have done research and they've seen that because of that, the traffic to their own websites reduces significantly. And what that means is therefore that they cannot monetize their own content, they cannot monetize it for advertising either. And eventually I see a vicious cycle of just doom for both the media houses and even the internet ecosystem, because the more you starve the media houses of revenue and ability to generate independent, verified information, the more you starve the whole ecosystem of this information. So for me, I think the world should be very worried about what these companies are doing with AI, and also force them to be ethical or force them to pay for that content. If they are gleaning content from the credible sites, then they need to pay those sites for what they're generating out of it.
Yeah, these are also large global structures that we're talking about here. And I want to sort of end the panel or come to a discussion about what we can do as maybe small states, or the role of small states in this context. And maybe start with Rasmus and also ask you, Anja, after that, what is advice you could give to small states in this context? Rasmus?
I mean, I speak as a sort of an academic who come from a small state, so I think I'll wear sort of both hats. And I think as an academic, my finest obligation is to call it as I see it, also when it's inconvenient or unpopular. And when we think about this from the point of view of small states, perhaps I'm reminded of the quote from Thucydides' Peloponnesian Wars, that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, which we should, of course, remember he didn't write because he was sort of an inspiring manosphere, would-be influencer. He didn't write this to endorse this. He wrote this as a description of what he saw as the reality of power politics. And I think that is useful to keep in mind if you come from a small country. And as an academic, I would just say I think we need an honest debate, public debate, with politicians taking responsibility for the choices that they're making. I don't think my personal views on how elected officials balance between the urgency of climate change, of national security, of shoring up welfare systems with aging populations, of ensuring a productive economy while also ensuring sustainability, vis-a-vis issues of digital sovereignty and technological autonomy. I don't think my personal views on how they balance those are particularly interesting. What I will say is I think it's very important to be clear that even small states, as long as they're not desperately poor, have power and can make different choices, and those choices matter greatly in terms of the outcomes. I don't think we should accept the sort of pretend helplessness of powerful politicians who, that way, escape scrutiny and responsibility for the actions that they take. And I don't think that's any different from their choices about where they buy their military hardware, how they deal with climate change, how they deal with changes to the welfare system, migration, or anything else. So I think there are choices also for small states, at least if they're not desperately poor and marginalized, which of course some are. And I think we're seeing some countries exercise those choices. And then, we can hope that they'll be informed by all the wonderful sentiments that have been expressed at a sort of aspirational panel like this.
Yeah, so accountability also towards the political system. Yeah. Anja, did you have a comment?
Sure. I'm not obviously from a small state, unless we count New York. But I think I would absolutely agree with Rasmus. And clearly, I'm thinking about when all the island nations got together because of climate change, because they knew they were going to get affected first. I think that there are regional leaders. So I think, South Africa and in Nigeria, I think Brazil, I think there's Indonesia, I think there's lots of countries out there that can play a role. On taxes, I think it's been really interesting, the push towards having the UN instead of the OECD. So I think it's going to have to be collective efforts to tackle a lot of this.
Anina, is there a balance here between states' responsibilities and, people? What can we do?
The mice.
Yeah, the mice.
Well, if you can't sort of fix the things that threatens you, maybe you can fix how you're being threatened. So some practice in digital literacy, obviously. And being a teacher myself, but at the university level, I seem to see a shift in students in that their critical thinking is a lot better, which is good because that's been sort of a priority, I suppose, but that their knowledge is a lot less. So I think it was Tawfiq quoting Maria Ressa saying that without facts, there's no truth. So just to stick to that part of the quote, I think that's very important that we our focus on critical thinking is not is not sort of going on the cost of thinking about truth and knowledge too, because we need to have some basis for that critical thinking, and I believe that's really important now. Not just that we learn how these systems and these algorithms are working and how these black boxes are affecting us, but also that we learn more about ourselves and why we're so vulnerable to this way of manipulation that we're being subject to right now.
I think that's a great way to end the panel. We're approaching the end of our time, so I'll make a brief attempt at summarizing and concluding here. So the internet, it's a material, physical thing that's made up of cables and servers. They transmit content and it also connects us globally. But the internet is not ownerless. Somebody actually owns this stuff, and ownership constitutes power. And this power is growing in concentration. So we are already past the point of dependency on the infrastructures that the global technology providers provide. So we have to start asking how resilient our societies really are to maintain healthy information spaces, particularly when we see increasing unrest and crises. So at what point does this dependency actually compromise national sovereignty, national political and digital and data sovereignties? How do we regulate the space to ensure the conditions for a free and resilient media that actually help to uphold these societies? So I had 3 thoughts on how to maybe offset these dependency problems. The first would be to keep transparency and accountability at the front of every conversation that we have about private as well as public maintenance of digital infrastructures. Second, to regulate the digital infrastructure to make sure that we have universality, human right, and freedom of expression at the base of every decision. And third, to immediately start building alternatives. So with that, I want to thank our keynote speakers, Anja and Chris, very much for your perspectives today, and also to all of our panelists for giving us this rich context. Thank you also to online audiences and you for being here in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us here in the room via Zoom and via YouTube. For those in the room, I want to remind you that you'll need to put on your headsets to be able to hear. It needs to be on channel 1, and the receiver needs to be on the table. It needs to be in line of sight of the transmitter. This is what enables us to have a quiet conference here. Very excited. So in this session, we want to open up a truly international conversation about digital inclusion. So we've brought together voices from different parts of the world. We have policymakers, we have researchers, and we have industry experts. And together we are going to explore how we can tackle the digital divide in very real and practical ways. One of the things we're going to be talking about today is what does it take to make sure that no one is left behind in the digital world. As our world becomes more closely enmeshed with the digital, how do we make sure that no one is left behind, no matter their background or where they live? We're going to be hearing examples of what works well from the Nordic region and from the Global South. And we hope that this discussion will spark new ideas and shared learnings along the way. We have some questions about what does digital exclusion really mean today? Why does it persist? And most importantly, what can we do to close the gap and make digital inclusion a reality? If you're on Zoom, make sure to share your questions via the chat, and we'll do our best to bring them to the stage. There are also microphones here on the side for people who are in us here with the room. So I'm going to briefly introduce everyone. My name is Frederick Matheson. I'm moderating here today. Then we have Åsmund Grøver Aukrust, who is the Norwegian Minister of International Development, who is responsible for international development in countries outside the OSCE, Middle East, and Afghanistan. He's also responsible for Norwegian humanitarian efforts. Joining us via Zoom is Immaculada Plasencia Porero, who is a senior expert on disability at the European Commission. She's been leading work on the rights of people with disabilities with a focus on accessibility and assistive technologies since 1991. So if you've heard of the European Accessibility Act, we have much to thank her for there. With us, we also have Yu-Ping Chan, who is the Senior Program Officer in the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology at the United Nations. She coordinates the team's work on follow-up with the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation and digital-related aspects of the Common Agenda report. In particular, the Global Digital Compact, the GDC. With us, we also have Dan Sjöblom, who is the Director General of the Swedish Post and Telecom Authority. He was appointed by the Swedish government to that role in 2017, and previously he was the chairperson of BEREC, the body of European regulators for electronic communication. And I'm super excited to have Irene Mbadi-Kirika with us today, the founder and executive director of Enable, who is a recognized dynamic global strategic leader and executive level innovator who is bringing assistive technologies and key legislation to her native Kenya on making digital accessible for all. Later on, you should check out our website. There's a film on how the entire project came to be. You will not leave untouched by that film. It's fantastic. Also, super excited to be here on stage with Malin Idig, who is the head of Norway's accessibility watchdog, so the Authority for Universal Design of ICT. She has been working to transform it into a data-driven powerhouse. So here in Norway, public entities have to register a web accessibility statement, which has had a tremendous impact on making sure everyone actually follows the rules that have been in place for so long. Very, very happy about that. And also joining us is Maja Bryntesson, who is a research fellow at Nordregio. She has a background in sustainable development and background in management studies, and we're going to be hearing a keynote from her shortly on digital divides and more. So super excited by that. But first up, I will explain how the format's going to be. We're going to have 4 keynotes. We're going to have the minister on stage in a moment. After the keynotes are done, everyone's going to be back on the panel, and I'll be back up here on stage for a panel discussion, about 30 minutes. We are going to be super strict with the schedule, so anyone who speaks for too long will be stopped. And remember to post your questions on Zoom or in the mics here, and we'll do our best to bring that to the panel. So, Minister, I would then like to invite you up on stage. Let's have a big round of applause.
Great. Dear friends, from the Norwegian side, we are very proud and honored to welcome you here and to host this very important conference. And also for me personally, as representative for this county in the Norwegian Parliament, I can also say welcome to Lillestrøm, and we are very honored to have you here. But most importantly, I have very much looked forward for this debate or conversation that we will have today, and I look forward also to listening to your comments and questions later on. Because despite great progress, and even though 92% of our planet now has internet coverage, 1/3 of our population is still offline. The biggest challenge is therefore not coverage. We have to talk about meaningful connectivity. We need measures that addresses both coverage and usage barriers, such as infrastructure gaps and policy and regularity uncertainty, inequalities, limited affordability of devices and services, and digital illiteracy. Meaningful connectivity is a particular challenge in low-income countries. Even where coverage exists, barriers remain. Intersectional inequalities across gender, race, age, disability status, and rural communities. In addition to this, limited affordability of devices and services, lack of education, and local content and local languages continue to hinder widespread internet usage. Concerns about online health, safety, security, and trust may also prevent further adoption of digital services. Not to mention the risk and harm that can occur online, especially for women and children. Meaningful connectivity is about basic human rights, including the right of information and freedom of expression. I would like to highlight the importance of digital public infrastructure. It encourages competition and fosters innovation and fiscal resilience, and it can generate spillover effects across society, institutions, and markets and businesses. Safe DPI can shape systems, public trust, and reduce digital gaps and promote inclusive economic and social development for all. DPI is therefore a priority for Norwegian development cooperation. Finally, let me also highlight the importance of open source digital solutions, including open source DPI, like Norway's Alt-in for government to people and businesses interaction. Digital ID is another essential part of DPI. It opened up for a wide range of government services for citizens and businesses and protect the users. Norway supports digital ID solutions developed in India that is now being rolling out in 26 countries. Now I look forward to listening to the rest of the debate and to listening and learning from all of you. Thank you so much.
Next up on stage is
So, the digital everyday life is here for most of us. We use technology for big and small tasks alike, at work, in our free time, for school, entertainment, and staying connected with others. The digital solutions that have emerged this last years has given us opportunities that we could only have dreamed of for 20 years ago. But is everyone able to keep up? I'm Malin Rygg, and I'm delighted to be here and to gather with all of you to have this discussion on this important topic. The authority that I head has the obligation and mandate under Norwegian law to help remove digital barriers and prevent new ones from being created. And yet we see many people that are still being digitally excluded. So who are they? Why are they being excluded? And what should we actually do about this? As mentioned, there are 8.2 billion people in the world. Technology is evolving fast and digital services have become the norm. But this acceleration, as it continues, also accelerates the risk of deepening inequality. Digital inclusion is essential for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Because without education, decent work, sustainable infrastructure, or equal access to healthcare, not all can participate. So it all depends on a meaningful digital participation in this age. So it was mentioned 2.6 billion people are still offline, according to the UNDP. And digital exclusion reinforces social exclusion. It reinforces it in education, employment, but also for democratic participation and freedom of speech. The digital divide is no longer just about access, it is fundamentally about human rights. So did you know that 1.3 billion people worldwide live with a disability? That is 1 in 6 of us. It's a diverse group that includes people with physical, cognitive, and sensory impairments or other health conditions. We all bring unique skills, perspectives, and contributions to society. But that is only if society is designed to include all of us. And that is why accessibility is foundational to human dignity, opportunity, and equality. Ensuring accessibility means building systems that uphold rights and empower all people to participate fully in the digital world. Rights, access, and inclusion are interconnected. And to achieve true digital inclusion, we must therefore act along these 3 core dimensions. Connectivity, building and maintaining infrastructure that ensures everyone has affordable and reliable access to the internet. Accessibility, designing services that are usable by everyone, regardless of ability, language, literacy, and trust. And digital skills, enabling people to confidently and safely participate, from using basic tools to navigating complex digital systems. So, there's a gap, and that is a gap we have to mind. Because the distance between those who are digitally included and those who are not is growing. And we need a framework to help us bridge it. To close this gap, we must work on 2 levels, the individuals and the societal. And I like to point to this as the gap model that provides a structured way of thinking about this. It shows how we can lower expectations on the societal level and at the same time give individuals that can't reach the help and support they need. On the connectivity part, from societal level, we can work on infrastructure, broadband, mobile networks, and assistive tech compatibility, for instance. For the individual, we can ensure that everyone has a device, that it's affordable, and that they also have the subscriptions and anything that they need to connect. On the accessibility, from the societal level, we can work on universal design, inclusive standards and regulatory frameworks, as the EU has been doing with their directives in recent years. On the individual side, we can help with assistive technologies, adaptable user interfaces, glasses, screen readers, and so forth. When we talk about digital skills, from the societal level, we can work on competence among developers, designers, leaders, teachers, and so forth. And from the individual side, we can work on digital literacy, user confidence, and lifelong learning. This shows that exclusion is not only about physical access, it can also be about lacking tools, trust, usability, or the know-how to engage meaningfully. Inclusion must be designed, taught, and built into systems, not left to chance. Earlier this month, I attended the Inclusive Africa Conference 2025 in Nairobi. It offered a fresh and important perspective for me and reminded us that the Global South doesn't need to simply try to catch up, but they can leapfrog ahead and learn from our mistakes. In Kenya, the norm is mobile first, and with a young population, 70% under the age of 30, there are possibilities, but also difficulties that are different from ours. But what stood out is their commitment to standards from the start, enabling accessibility and inclusive innovation from day one. Where we in the North has been kind of stumbling through in the last 20 years with design now, fix later, the South can choose to build better from the beginning. Our context may differ, but the goal is shared, digital participation for all. And again, the core elements remain connectivity, accessibility, and digital skills. Before I close, we live in different parts of the world, but we are working toward the same future, a future where everyone, regardless of ability or background, can belong, contribute, and thrive in the digital world. I'm truly grateful to take part in this panel alongside such knowledgeable and committed voices, and to share our experience as part of a shared global effort. So let's build this future together.
Thank you, Malin. Now we are going to welcome Maja Brintesop from Nordregio up on stage. As soon as we get the presentation up.
Yep. All right, I have a presentation. I don't know if it's...
It should be coming.
Should be here soon. But in the meanwhile, I can just start by presenting myself. As Fredrik said, my name is Maja Brintesop, and I work at Nordregio, which is a research institute based in Stockholm, and we are focusing on regional planning and development. And I will be speaking about the state of digital inclusion in the Nordic and Baltic. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. So yeah, I will be speaking about the state of digital inclusion in the Nordic and Baltic countries. Over the past few years, Nordregio has led and contributed to several research projects focused on digital inclusion. And in this presentation, I will share key insights and findings from that work. So let's start with why digital inclusion is still an important topic in the Nordic and Baltic region. We often refer to the Nordic and Baltic paradox here to argue for the importance of digital inclusion. And I will try to explain what we mean with this paradox. The Nordic and Baltic countries are among the most highly digitalized countries in Europe. For example, according to the latest Digital Economy and Society Index, short for DESI, Finland, Denmark, and Sweden are among the top performers in Europe when it comes to basic digital skills among citizens. And the picture is also positive with respect to government services, with high rates of e-government usage, as well as digital public services for citizens, which are high in Finland and all of the Baltic countries. But as the Nordic and Baltic region becomes increasingly digitalized, digital tools and skills are now essential for participating in everyday life, and the expectations placed on individuals continue to rise. There is a growing reliance on having digital tools and skills for being an active member of society. We also see an increased use of electronic IDs for secure access and authentication. In some countries, you need an eID to do everything from checking your health records and managing your bank account, to booking a doctor's appointment, to even booking your apartment building's laundry room. We're also seeing that digital communication and online platforms have become the norm, shaping how we work, learn, and stay informed. But there are still significant disparities in both access and ability. Broadband coverage remains uneven, especially in some of the rural and remote areas in this region. And there's also varying levels of digital skills, both among and within different population groups. And these gaps continue to challenge inclusive digital participation. So it is important to recognize that not everyone is equally included in these digital societies. Certain population groups have been identified as being at risk of digital exclusion. And this slide provides a closer look at the various groups identified at risk of digital exclusion. And at Nordregio, we have looked more closely at older adults, people with disabilities, immigrants, people with low or no education, rural communities, young people, and people with low income. Now, it is important to say that not everyone in these groups struggle with digitalization. Many are doing just fine. But overall, these are the groups that research consistently identifies as being more vulnerable to digital exclusion. And at Nordregio, we often describe digital exclusion as being multidimensional and context-specific. And what do we mean with this? By multidimensional, we mean that people often become at risk when several factors overlap. For example, an older adult living in a rural area with limited income is likely to face more barriers than someone of the same age that is affluent and living in a well-connected urban area. And by context-specific, we mean that different groups face different challenges in different parts of digital life. Some may struggle with access and usage of eIDs due to lack of devices or broadband, while others may find digital platforms difficult to navigate due to language or accessibility issues. So while the Nordic and Baltic countries are at the digital frontier in many areas, we see that a share of the population remains at risk of digital exclusion. So here is the Nordic and Baltic paradox. The more digital our societies become, the greater the risk of deepening the digital divide. And we're seeing this divide emerge along familiar lines: age, geography, disability, language, and socioeconomic status. These gaps matter and they create significant consequences. So the consequences of this digital divide are profound and far-reaching. And they include, for example, not getting access to important information, missed job and education opportunities, barriers to civic engagement and democratic participation, limited access to healthcare and other essential services, challenges in performing economic activities, and increased risk of social isolation. So digital exclusion doesn't just reflect existing inequalities, it can actually deepen them. So in our research, we have looked at what the most common barriers in the Nordic and Baltic countries are for digital inclusion. And you can see them here. And when we talk about digital inclusion, we usually divide them into two main categories. First, we have access barriers. These are about having the physical means to participate in digital life, like access to a stable internet connection or owning a digital device such as a smartphone or computer. Second, we have capability barriers, and these relate to the skills and confidence needed to use digital tools. And this includes digital skills, but also literacy and language, and a lack of domain knowledge, and even a lack of trust, feeling of security or willingness. And both types of barriers can prevent people from fully participating in our digital societies, and often they overlap. So where do we stand today? What is the status of digital inclusion in the Nordic and Baltic region? This region is perceived as digitally advanced countries, and in many ways that's true, but the picture is more complex. We are leading in some areas, but we are lagging behind in others. And in our research, we can see that one key challenge is that there's no shared understanding of what digital inclusion actually means across the region. This makes it harder to coordinate efforts and measure progress consistently, especially when we may not be talking about the same things. We also see that some groups remain at risk of exclusion, whether due to limited access, lack of digital skills, or insufficient support. Another issue that we see is the lack of user involvement in the design of digital solutions. Too often, services are built without input from the people who are most affected, those who are already at risk of being left out. So while we have made great strides, there's still important work to be done to ensure that digital inclusion is a reality for everyone in this region. So how do we move forward? To bridge the digital divide in the Nordic and Baltic region, we need a lot of things. But for example, we need more targeted policies. We need inclusive design, and we need expanded support systems that meet people where they are. On this note, key enablers of digital inclusion already exist in our communities. Libraries, civil society organizations, and municipal citizen services all play a vital role in reaching those who might otherwise be left behind. These actors often provide not just access, but also guidance, training, and human support. But these actors also need a mandate and support to work with these questions. Lastly, it is important to remember that not everyone can or want to be digital. Maintaining analog services and alternative options is essential to ensure that everyone, regardless of their digital ability or willingness, can access the services they need and be a part of our societies. Yeah, on that note, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And if you have any questions or if you'd like to learn more about our work at Nordegu, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you so much, Maya. And now for our final keynote, Irene, please join us on stage. And everyone, you absolutely have to check out the website because when I was doing research for this panel and looking at the state of accessibility in Kenya, just fantastic efforts. So I'm really looking forward to your keynote.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. So it's with great honor that I stand before you at the Internet Governance Forum, a platform that champions open dialogue, shared responsibility, and collective progress in our digital age. My name is Irene Barikirika, and I'm the founder and executive director of Enable, a non-profit organization that's based in Kenya with a mission to empower African youth with disabilities through technology. So for the last 15 years, we've been championing digital accessibility to ensure that persons with disabilities are not left out. At Enable, we believe in a future where no one is left behind in this digital revolution. Our assistive technology labs are located at least 8 schools for the blind in Kenya, provide blind and visually impaired students with essential digital skills to help them navigate the world independently. Recognizing the power of collaboration in advancing accessibility, Enable hosts the Inclusive Africa Conference each year, bringing together local, regional, international stakeholders to co-create solutions for digital inclusion for persons with disabilities. One of the conference's most significant outcomes has been the development of Kenya's ICT accessibility standard, which is very important to note. It's for products and services, and it's the only one in Africa so far. But we do have plans. We are currently working with other African countries to scale these standards across the continent to accelerate Africa's progress towards a more inclusive digital future. Last week, we received a powerful affirmation of our work when we were named to the Forbes 100 accessibility list. This global recognition celebrates the world's most impactful organizations and innovations, driving progress in accessibility and disability inclusion. It validates our unwavering belief that persons with disabilities deserve dignity, opportunity, and full participation in the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the GSMA Mobile Accessibility Sub-Saharan Africa 2024 report, Africa is a mobile-first economy. It's a mobile-first continent with smartphone penetration of about 52%, and it's projected to go up to about 81% by 2030. The World Bank also estimates that Africa's population will reach approximately 1.7 billion by 2030, with 70% of this population made up of young people between the ages of 15 to 24. This will make Africa the youngest continent in the world, and it is a well-established fact that global corporations must establish a strong presence in Africa or risk falling behind in the race for future growth and innovation. In Africa, we are already seeing the Gen Z awakening, where digital tools are driving civic participation, creativity, and most importantly, holding institutions and individuals accountable. These young people are our future, a generation of digital natives poised to shape the world. Yet, among them, there are millions of brilliant, creative, and determined youth with disabilities who risk being left behind, not due to a lack of talent or ambition, but because we have failed to design new technologies with their needs in mind. We must prepare African youth not for yesterday's roles, but for the opportunities and demands of tomorrow. In today's world, AI literacy is essential at every level, a critical tool to transforming the digital divide into a powerful economic opportunity for the next generation, especially for our young people. The global assistive technology market is projected to reach 32 billion by 2030. Africa must not only be a consumer, we must be a creator, a manufacturer, and a global supplier of accessible technologies, designed and built on the continent by Africans for the world. Digital accessibility, therefore, is not a sentimental issue. It is a sound investment and a strategic opportunity for growth and innovation. African governments, including Kenya, have introduced tax incentives to support the development of digital solutions for the export market. Combined with rising literacy rates, increasing internet access, and deeper hunger for success, this positions Africa as the next continent from which the world can innovate and where the next wave of digital breakthroughs will be born. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards mainstreaming digital accessibility for persons with disability in Africa is already underway. A case in point in my own home country, Kenya, which recently passed the landmark law for Persons with Disabilities Act of 2025. This law institutionalizes digital inclusion aligning with the ICT accessibility standard and setting a strong example for the continent, meaning that compliance now is not an option, which is great for persons with disabilities to be included. Our vision for digital accessibility in Africa will require the expertise, knowledge, and resources of everyone gathered here at this forum. The recently concluded 6th Inclusive Africa Conference has launched a series of year-round working groups aimed at sustaining momentum and driving measurable progress across ahead of the 7th edition of next year of Inclusive Africa Conference. These groups present a valuable opportunity for individuals and organizations to connect with an established platform, contribute your expertise, resources, and innovation to advance digital accessibility across Africa. I warmly invite all of you to join these working groups and actively shape a more inclusive and accessible future for everyone. May this year's Internet Governance Forum be remembered as the moment when the global digital community came together to decisively champion digital inclusion for all. One second. And to advocate for a universal standard for digital accessibility, one that applies equally to developing countries as it does to the rest of the world. I keep saying that my mobile phone doesn't change if I go to Africa or I come to Norway or I live in Washington, D.C. It's the same mobile phone. So digital accessibility standards, we should be able to follow digital accessibility standards across from continent to continent and country to country. As I conclude, digital inclusion is not about making room at the table. It is about building a table where everyone has a seat and a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. That was wonderful. All Protocol Observed is also the publisher of a newspaper called The Continent that some of you might be getting via email. I love how the ways of building digital technology have been super clever because they have a WhatsApp channel and an email delivery, so you get a PDF, so you don't have to consume valuable network capacity. It's such a brilliant way of shaping the products for local conditions and is super useful for reference later on also. So, thank you everyone on Zoom. Remember to ask us questions. We're going to have a little session now, and then we're going to open up the floor afterwards. So first, I'm going to ask our Minister of International Development, Åsmund Greved Aukrust, what do you see as being the most persistent emerging barriers to digitalization? And not only that, what does regulation and how does standardization playbooks in guaranteeing universal accessibility and inclusive design help?
Well, thank you, and thank you for very good speeches that we just heard. And I learned a lot from listening to my colleagues up here at the scene. Well, I think digitalization creates so many possibilities. It creates so many possibilities for inclusion. As you finished up with, it's the same mobile phone you can use in Kenya or in Sudan or in Washington, D.C. or here at Lillestrøm. So, I mean, it really creates so many possibilities for inclusion. However, there is also a danger that this will create more inequality, because there will be a bigger division among those inside of the digital walls and those outside. So therefore, I think it's very important that we are so vocal about this, and this should be a very important part of the discussion. We learned through the other speeches here, I mean, who are the groups that might be the most vulnerable. It could be elderly people, people with disabilities, people living in rural areas, people with lack of education that might be more vulnerable. And of course, there will be different also solutions and different ways to tackle these challenges. But I think, of course, the government have a really important role here. and in a really important role of having universal designs and to reach out to its whole population. I know that when we're talking about disabilities, I know that from the Norwegian side we have been working together with Kenya in a way to have what we call the Global Disability Innovation Hub in Nairobi, which has created fantastic results. But as I started off with, I think the most important one is that we are that we try to seek the barriers, and this is also, of course, a discussion that we need to have all the time, because the digital solutions, they are changing all the time, and therefore we also need to change the policy as fast as the digitalization is moving forward.
Thank you. Now we have a question from Ima, who is joining us via Zoom. Let's just make sure all the technology is with us. There you are. Very good. So we have a question for you, Ima, and that is, what strategies for regulation and enforcement have proven effective in promoting digital inclusion across Europe? And also, what lessons should we take forward as digital policy evolves?
Okay, so I mean, building up an agenda for the accessibility, it takes really time, and it takes times to prepare the field, to gain knowledge first about what are we talking about. It is not evident for people from this field to know what do we mean by digital inclusion and digital accessibility. I think it is what's based on what we did in Europe. There was a need to have first that building up, to identify the stakeholders, to raise awareness, to better understand the field. But then once it's done, I think we need to concretize what we mean by digital accessibility and digital inclusion. And the way of concretizing is to have specific policies that address the matters, policies that are reflected in general digital policies, so that the general documents reflect well the commitment and the right to be included in the digital world by persons with disabilities in the digital development. And to do that, you need a specific and concrete actions on accessibility. At the end, what really worked in Europe, and I think made really the change, is the legislation. To have clear legislation with obligations for the private and the public sector, to ensure that certain products, services, infrastructures that are going to be used and are used by people includes also, they comply with accessibility requirements so that persons with disabilities can use them and can access them on equal basis with others. Then, once together with the legislation, we also need to have clear technical standards. The strategy that we have used is really not to start from scratch. I think there is a lot already, and this roundtable, these presentations that we just saw have illustrated this. There is already a lot being done. So should a country wish to advance on this matter and to improve the situation, I would say look around. We did the same. At the time that we were preparing our flagship legislation, the European Accessibility Act, and our standards, include mandate EN 301-549 resulting from mandate 376 at the time, I'm talking about 2005, we look around and we saw what countries that were more advanced on accessibility at the time were doing. In particular, we partnered with the US Access Board to have standards that were coherent. I'm really happy that now in different parts of the world, like Canada or Australia, the European standard is being used. And also, as Irini was reflecting, also this standard has been at the basis of the developments in Africa and in particular in Kenya. So I would say have clear objectives and put policies that raise awareness, that address and clarify what needs to be done, but then put it in legislation with clear deadlines, clear obligations, and clear enforcement mechanism, and use technical standards or technical specifications or regulations in order to say what exactly needs to be done. If all this goes hand in hand, we have a bigger chance to achieve the objective of digital inclusion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next up, we have a question for you, Pink, but I think you might have to hop over to the next chair so we can get you in front of the mic. I'm sorry, I should have told you that earlier. Sorry, I need to make sure we're accessible, that everyone can hear us. This is important. So, my question here is that in your work, you've emphasized the importance of holistic, multi-stakeholder collaboration involving governments, the private sector, and civil society, the 3 Ps, really, to tackle the complex and interconnected nature of digital divides. But in practice, what does effective collaboration look like? And what are the biggest barriers that we need to overcome to make this work?
Thank you so much, Frederick. You'd mentioned actually part of the work that I've done at the United Nations, where I used to be in the Office of the Tech Envoy. And now from the United Nations Development Program, that question that you asked in terms of what have we seen that works and what are the barriers that we see in countries is particularly important, particularly profound. I want to really emphasize the point that Irene had raised, where we're really looking at challenges that the whole world faces. So for instance, Maya had spoken about the challenges in the Nordic and the Baltic regions. Immaculada had just talked about the European challenges, but think how much more profound the challenges are in the global south and the global majority in developing countries itself, where they don't have the legislature, the infrastructure, the skills, the capacity, and a lot of these public services that are present in richer, industrialized and developed countries. And those are the challenges that we as UNDP, serving in 170 countries and territories around the world, have to contend with when we try our best to support the national governments and the developing countries that we work with. So for instance, when we talk about digital inclusion and we talk about inequalities, it's not just those inequalities within societies and within groups as well. It's also the divides that exist between countries. And that's particularly important if we are gathering together as a global community talking about digital issues and digital cooperation. So for instance, as we talk about the opportunity that AI brings, we also have to recognize that the future AI revolution could also exacerbate already existing inequalities. When, for instance, it's projected that only 10% of the global economic value generated by AI in 2030 will accrue to the global south countries, except for China, when you consider the fact that right now, over 95% of top AI talent is concentrated in only 6 research universities in the US and China, you think about the fact that perhaps the global opportunity that is posed by AI will fundamentally leave behind many of these developing countries and widen the inaccessibility and the exclusion that they currently address and feel when it comes to issues such as accessibility, affordability, connectivity, and so forth. So that is a fundamental concern from the perspective of the UNDP and what we would think is a fundamental barrier to considering the question of digital inclusion. And then when you come to the practical level, for instance, right, you also have fragmentation. So the minister emphasized the importance of the role of government, but it's actually a role of government that needs to be holistic and comprehensive. It can't be individual tech solutions that are designed by one ministry for a particular case, for a particular situation at a time. What we need to think about are digital foundations that cut across the entirety of government, services that are interoperable. This is where, for instance, the minister's emphasis on digital public infrastructure is something that the United Nations Development Program also focuses on, that we're creating these digital frameworks that, like the roads, the railway systems, that allowed the burgeoning of a society and economy, must also undergird the entirety of delivery of public services in a country. So that kind of inclusion needs to be intentional from the start. Then also, for instance, Frederick, you had mentioned the importance of all of society, the different Ps that you mentioned. So indeed, we need a whole of society approach, where it's the private sector also working with government, with a people-centered focus to ensure this type of delivery. So these are all important aspects where we as UNDP really think that we need to have a more comprehensive, holistic approach to supporting national governments, both in developed countries, but particularly for developing countries as well. The last point I want to underscore is really the importance of local ecosystems. We need to build capacity in developing countries to, exactly as Irene said, be co-creators in this digital and AI future. And that requires skills, investments, global capacity building and upskilling, and as well as additional resources that are put into these types of efforts around the world.
Thank you very much. We're going to head on next to Dan Sjöblom, Director General of the Swedish Post and Telecom Authority. And my question for you is, what policy levers are most effective to reach underserved populations? And what can regulators do to drive this kind of equitable access without stifling innovation? And this is something I see in my neighborhood where we have kids come over and they need Wi-Fi because they have old phones, but they don't have a subscription. Their parents can't afford to have a subscription for each of their kids. And then they've come up with this hack where they call via Snapchat or FaceTime. FaceTime doesn't work because there's no ID connected to it. So there's sort of these workarounds, but my question is more, what about like at the policy level? What can we do?
Yes, thank you for that question. I'd like to say, I think, three things, how we have addressed some of those things in my authority and things we do. First, I'd like to say just that being a telecom regulator has changed dramatically over the last years. I think anyone who works in that business in the room will recognize that we are drifting from telecoms into ICT and into digital, and it's a whole new environment and a much more complex one, where also from a government standpoint it's getting more and more difficult to, because these policies are cross-cutting in a way that we haven't seen before. So a lot of collaboration needed at local, national and international levels, which makes me happy to be here today. Now on connectivity, which is the first step, everyone needs to be connected. We have had for a long time a policy where we want to establish stable market conditions for private entrepreneurs to build out connectivity, both fixed and mobile, and that has taken us very far. We have now, I think, above 98% connectivity. People can connect to high-speed internet, over 98% of everyone in the country. But that is just the first step, and we want to get to 100%. So there's also a subsidy program which we are running with the aim of getting everyone up to be able to connect. But as we've heard other speakers in this panel mentioning, we see that with the 98% able to connect, there's a much lower percentage of actually connecting. And why is that, and how do you address that? We heard the currently weaker groups. We also heard, I think, good comments about this is an ongoing development. So those who are in the weaker groups today, or not in the weak groups today, may well find themselves in weak groups tomorrow. And AI is, of course, a very big challenge for anyone to become connected and work with. So we have developed, or we have a program which is called Digital Today at the regulator in Sweden, which we are very happy and proud about. It works with other government services, it works with municipalities, it works with academia, but most importantly it works with civic society, which I think is really the key message here. Because when you find those who can connect but have chosen for various reasons not to connect, it often links to feeling unsafe on the internet. It's a dangerous place. Online safety is not where it should be, and cybersecurity is, I think we're all working very hard on cybersecurity, but it's not getting easier to keep up with those who are trying to defraud us of our funds or create problems of many kinds on the internet. And we have come, I think, to the stage where many of us don't pick up the phone if we don't see that the caller is somebody you know. And that's very different from 20 years ago when you, of course, never knew who called when you used to pick up the phone. But working with the trusted institution like libraries were mentioned earlier, but also working with the civic societies, associations that are there for these weaker groups is a very powerful means. So we have, in this Digital Today program, we have close to 400 of those organizations that come together, and we create platform material that can be used by everyone. And we go out and we meet people with their trusted representatives, and that's very powerful. And the last thing I wanted to mention, coming back to international global collaboration, is that we are very proud as well to have been for over now 7 years in a program called IPRIS today. It used to be called SPIDER, where we collaborate with 25 sub-Saharan national countries, and we run peer-to-peer learning and sharing development issues, projects. I think they are represented out here in the stand, so anyone interested in the IPRIS program run by the regulator, us, and the Stockholm University, please go out and have a chat with them, and there are many good stories from that and experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Irene, okay, so now I'm super excited. So we've seen how local and community-driven innovation can make a real difference. One thing is the practical application of it, but then also there's the next level effects that can come from it. So from your experience, what are some promising examples of such solutions? And how can we build them in a sustainable way so it's not just a one-off, it's something that can really run over time?
Question. So first off, I'll say that at Inclusive Africa, as part of Enable, what we did is we realized that Africans are coming up with solutions, assistive technologies, accessibility solutions, but they have no way of pushing these products out to market or promoting them for more people to use. So at the conference, we started something we call the AT Village, and AT stands for Assistive Technology. And really what happens every year is we do a call for proposals where people submit the innovations they've developed. And most of the time we get about almost 100 innovations from various African countries. And like this year, I think we had about 15 being showcased. And the whole idea is to make sure we showcase these innovations at Inclusive Africa and online so that the innovators can get the support they need. So a good example, you'll find the person who came up with the idea for the innovation may just be a developer who has maybe a sibling or a cousin who has a disability, and they were trying to figure out how do we make this happen. And I'm going to speak an example of one product called Signverse. Signverse, it was due to lack of communication between the innovator and a friend who was deaf. And because of lack of sign language interpreters, he was like, how can we come up with a solution? And they came up with an AI-based solution to help at least bridge the gap, because we all know sign language interpreters are very critical, but that model is not scalable. And if you think about Africa, most countries, and just starting with Kenya alone, there are different versions of sign language depending on what your tribe is, what your dialect is, whether you speak English, whether you speak French, Portuguese, and all that. So by the time you have all those sign language interpreters lined up for you, it becomes very complex and very expensive. But this young man developed a product that now it works for Kenya, for the Kenyan market. And now what he's doing, he's using AI. Now he's out in Rwanda and other countries trying to see what can I do to make sure that my solution for sign language interpretation can be used in various African countries. Because of the difference in sign language, he's trying to gather a lot of data to be able to at least come up with a good solution. And currently it's working. Of course, he has challenges. Data sets are a big challenge. And that's where we come in. How do we help African innovators meet their needs? Some of them are just developers with great ideas, and it ends there, and they'll develop a great product. They need to take this product to market. How do we help them design, package, and bring this product to market? How do we help with financing? So those are some of the issues I believe we can help and we can support the African community and African innovators when it comes to really helping bridge this digital divide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear he's also traveling around to figure out what are the local dialects and flavors of it. Every time I pick up my phone, which was made by somebody in California, the software, I have to contend with all sorts of cultural issues like, no, you don't write that way. Yes, I do. That's how it works in our language. And that kind of thing is just incredibly important to tackle from the start. Okay, Malin, a question for you. So digital inclusion as a human rights issue, how should we understand that? And why do you think it's critical to frame it in that way in today's digital landscape? Like, inclusion is important, then you frame it as human rights. That's really interesting. What's the effect?
Well, I think one of the big, or what we've seen the last years is that before we talked about digital services, and we talk about people like they're consumers of digital services and they can maybe opt out, or if they can't use them, we're going to train them and give them digital skills so they can use them. But at the moment, you see digital services so intertwined with education, with work, with just being able to express yourself in a debate or in newspapers. So by kind of dividing this into connectivity and digital skills, I think we are also losing one part in the middle, which is what Yuping was talking about, that how are these services made? A lot of them have just like grown from tech companies or from public entities that are making, trying to solve their problem. But when the effect is that you actually, you educate through them, you make it, you have to use them in the workplace, you have to use them to do anything, analog services might be off the table. We see that very clearly in Norway, that if you are actually digitally excluded, for instance, if you have a disability, although you might be digitally very skilled, but the service just doesn't work for you, or if you don't have the EID, for instance, that you can use, you actually are in some areas so excluded that you are not able to participate at all. And we did a report with the authority for a survey of a digital education in the primary school in Norway, where we see that, children with dyslexia or visual impairment, they are sometimes actually so digitally excluded that they don't have the equal right to education that other children have. And that is in a very digitized society as ours. So that is why we have to kind of change the mindset, not just talking about digital services being offered to the public, but you actually have to talk about this as one of the key components that you have to have in place for people to participate in all kinds of life. And just to add, it was very interesting, Yuping, with your perspective of, we're also actually excluding parts of the global population, not only the individuals in each country. So thank you for that. It's very interesting, yeah.
There's a really neat thing in Norway when your kid is getting ready to go to high school. You as a parent will want to check out the different study offerings and what can they do. And the thing I absolutely love about it is that the agency that handles all the information has translated it to pretty much every language spoken in Norway. So not just the official languages. So if you only speak Filipino, like some of the parents at our school, and you want your kid to study design, you can actually go and check out the curriculum at quite a detailed level. And that kind of inclusivity, so it's not just the individual who is able to access some system, but it's also their parents, people around them, ability to frame and anchor those things. There are so many incredibly important parts of this. And for those of you living in Norway who have kids, the sort of rite of passage, I will jokingly say, is getting your EID, because that enables you to actually do stuff. So we have a mobile payment app here, and kids are like, when can I start using it? Because before that, everything is impossible because nobody will take cash, so you just have to have it. And that's a very good framing, I think, to use human rights, because then you have individuals who are they're not old enough to be able to drive or vote, but they still have these rights that need to be met by the systems that we have. And I think human rights is a much stronger way of framing it, as opposed to, oh, it's convenient that you could, buy a ticket for the bus when you're a kid, all of that. which leads us to Maja. Loved your presentation, and you showed us some of the groups that were at risk of exclusion. So are there any particular groups you would like to highlight? Because we see that, the Nordics and Baltics, we can call ourselves front-runner countries, but in many ways it means we're lifting up to a level where a lot of people are potentially being left behind. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And so across the Nordic and Baltic countries, there are 3 groups who everyone is talking about, and it's older adults, it's people with disabilities, and it's immigrants. And then in some countries, such as in Sweden and also Norway, I think it is, we do talk more about the rural communities because we have this connectivity issue that maybe Denmark doesn't have, because it's a much smaller country compared to Sweden and Norway. So we see that there are these groups that we and other research consistently identifies as being more vulnerable. And then, as I said, not everyone in these groups are actually at risk. Many are very, very digitally capable. But I think what we need to talk about as well is that these groups, they often face similar challenges. So whether you're an immigrant with lack of domain knowledge, that's also true for some youths that we see. They also lack this domain knowledge. So even though there are different groups, there are similar challenges across these groups. And some of the countries, especially in the Nordics, they have stopped actually talking about target groups. They talk more about like the common barriers, common solutions approach, that we need to identify the most common barriers and then implement solutions that cut across all of these population groups. And I think that's going to be interesting to follow the next 5 or 10 years, how that will work out.
Fantastic. The necessity of understanding systems in society that are highly digital is something which is very, very complicated. So I remember I studied in Finland, and all I had to do was call an office on the phone. My boss said, call this number, you'll get a national ID. And like a day later, I had a national ID. I didn't have to do anything. The same when I studied in Singapore, just met up. Of course, there was somebody to help out. Do this, stamp here, look here, sign that. Boom, everything works, right? It's fantastic. We have some of the same things in Norway, but when you don't fit in that system, good luck. Because then nothing works. You can't get a phone, so any idea about connectivity, nobody's going to be able to call you. Any other sort of rights, things, or logging into a public website, good luck with that. None of that works anymore. And even if you do have these things, just yesterday, so my oldest daughter is an athletics coach for kids this summer. It's her first job. She's 16. And of course, Norway is a very well-regulated society. So there has to be a so-called police certificate of conduct that can be applied for by the sports group at the athletics team. And to do this, she has to go to a website. She has to sign up with her national ID number. She has to use her bank ID. She has to sign different things. And of course, the digital public infrastructure is in many ways very helpful because it's all digital. But then there's something inside that process that required my signature, like a photo of my signature, where me as a designer developing these kinds of services thinking, what's happening here? But then I look over at her and she's just completely confused by what are these alien concepts that I'm referring to, because I can sort of see the invisible rules behind all of this. This needs to happen, this needs to be approved, this is going to be the flow. Whereas the screen design is not appropriate for it. There's not enough supporting information. And many times you can go through the flow and you'll get it to work, just like you'll be able to book a plane ticket, but you don't come out with any understanding of the overall system. It doesn't upskill. And this is a really important thing in the digital playbook here for inclusion, that the fact that we need to upskill and help people understand. And this is one thing I always find to be lacking, that it goes back to legislation. The legislation has typically not been written so to be usable. So there are some experiments with that in Norway now to make them more usable. But these are the things I worry a lot about, because society being so digital means that also people who are They are connected, they have phones, they have enough money to have a subscription with enough data, and they are fully able to use the devices in all sorts of ways. But then conceptually, they will struggle to understand, how do I apply these different rules? And that's just like the really skilled ones. And then we have everyone else. So a question for you as a group is, if we don't close these digital gaps now, what kind of long-term consequences are we facing, socially, economically, imagine politically? Any takers?
Well, I just want to, because your story just reminds me of a very important point that I didn't say before, but that is that when we talk about these groups that are vulnerable, and we are talking about like including them, it's very paternalistic kind of viewpoint. Kind of talking, we are all in this bubble and we can include more people, and they are just sitting out there, and it's just like faceless groups. These are people that are young people, they are people able to work, they are also older people that all have potentials, all have things to, they just want to do their, everyday life. It's not like they're useless and just needs to be included so that, more are included. These are people that are needed in society, as your 16-year-old daughter. So I think it's very important that we kind of really shift the focus. Although inclusion is a good good term, it mustn't kind of cloud the point that people just want to contribute and be a part of society, and we want them to contribute. These are very important contributions. As Irene was saying about innovation in Africa, we want them to innovate, for the whole international community. So we have to make more of an effort to make that happen, not just go along and then just say, okay, and maybe we could include some more. We actually have to kind of see that this is the potential going forward.
Thank you. And just to add to what Malene is talking about, if you think about it, for me, it's more of a business. If you think about your business, it's more of a business benefit. Think about it this way. 15% of the global population lives with some form of disability, 15 to 20%, depending on where you are. And today, I'll name one industry. Financial services is the most difficult, the one that truly leaves person with disabilities behind. And I'll give an example. Most people, let me talk about Africa and even the US, what happens is if your banking products are not accessible, online banking or on mobile money applications and stuff like that, if someone is blind and they're not able to access that product using their assistive technology, they have to get their friend or their neighbor or somebody to transact for them. And really, when we talk about safety and security in the whole financial process, that goes out the door. But also just the independence and dignity that someone has. So what we are saying is, it's important we invest in that space, because if you make your digital products accessible, if it's in financial services, you will have more people with disabilities using your products independently. So focusing on the needs of the users, not what we perceive it to be, really designing and building products with users with disabilities. Get them to be part of the process from the beginning till the end. I always say you cannot go ahead and manufacture a shoe for someone and sell it in the market if no human being has ever tried that shoe. So if you have people with disabilities testing the product and giving feedback, by the time you're done with that product, a lot of people with various abilities will be able to use it, because you've taken care of some of the most difficult challenges they may be able to experience. So I'm saying this to say that we need to think of it as a business benefit and a way to capture that 15% of the market share that no one has tapped into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and an excellent question. And I think, the main answer for what you're asking, if we're not able to close the digital gap, is that we will have increased inequality, and the consequences will be very dramatic. Both for each individual, but also for our society. Because we will not reach our other goals in society concerning employment, education, and so on. If people are not able to fill out an application for getting to school, I think in Norway, if 15 years old they are not filling out their application, I mean the system will bring them back in. But for higher education or for employment, or also to register for paying taxes and so on, or creating your own businesses, I mean you are on your own. So I think it's extremely important, especially when it's talking about digitalization, that we have this principle of leaving no one behind. And now we are talking about, this is from a Norwegian perspective, but in other countries, I mean, the inclusion is even, it's more dramatic concerning the access to, I mean, both, just think about access to electricity. In so many countries, you don't have electricity. It's almost impossible to be digital without electricity. So therefore, digitalization should be very much higher also on the development agenda, and therefore it's important for me to be here and also to listening to this discussion. Because the digital solutions are creating so many possibilities, but it might also create so many problems if you're not dealing with this in the right way and also with the principle of leaving no one behind.
Just to say again that from the United Nations Development Program, we fully subscribe to what the minister has just said. Digitalization and digital transformation is truly part of development. If we see the potential of digital and AI, we need to recognize its potential to be an accelerator of development and the achievement of the SDGs itself. And this fundamentally means that we have to look to what it means for developing countries. I particularly like this human rights framing around digital inclusion, because if you think about other parts of human rights, the right to information, the right to education, the right to employment in some cases, the right to the highest level of physical and mental health, all of this is inextricably tied up to digital technologies these days, right? And so perhaps it was COVID that brought that realization home to everyone, how intrinsic the need is to have these types of digital services and platforms, and how it's fundamental to these achievement of these basic rights. So the more we understand the way in which our lives are now tied up with this particular device that we use all the time, the more we'll anticipate the need for governments, all of sector, and all of these different stakeholders that are present here today to be part of that conversation around how we actualize a more meaningful digital society for everyone. And that is something that it's not just a challenge for Norway and Europe, but also for the rest of the world and the international community that we function in.
Don?
Yes, no, I fully subscribe to what everyone has said. I just wanted to make maybe one comment and one little hopeful thought. First, comment, I think we need to realize that we are in the beginning of digitalization. This is not something which will be done in a few years' time. And I think this has to remain high on the agenda. And I think we have come to the stage where we have realization that this is cross-cutting. It affects every minister's portfolio, which is very clear back home. I mean, I report to one of the ministers, but everyone has digital in his or her portfolio. And then the importance of standard has been mentioned, and I think that's something we need to continue to have very high up on the agenda. I think we have, within Europe, we have the accessibility directive, as was mentioned earlier on. We have the work on the digital wallet, which is ongoing, and I'm just hoping that those can, within sort of the UN system and globally, be reached out so that we can see a future where we have universal design, which is really universal or global at least. It's not so hopeful maybe today with the global situation being what it is, but we have to keep working on it.
So a fun fact about Norway is that in the 1960s, there was very limited connectivity. It was difficult to have enough budgets to actually roll out telecommunications. And one of the impacts was, number one, when a village was connected, that was a huge celebration because finally there was a phone. And if you were a doctor, you could get one extra upstairs. It was very hard to get hold of. But there was a thing happening among the telcos, which is that companies would be acquired for their phone lines. So if you had a company in Oslo, for example, and it had like 40 lines going in, then a company might buy you and then take 30 of them and then sell you again, because that would be a way to get more connectivity. And it seems impossible to understand, but this is how they would optimize for business at the time. The same in the Philippines, where I grew up. The big parole for all the politicians was, water, power, and phone. That was the big thing. Now, I work in an energy company, and the energy future is changing with solar and wind. And one thing I'm very excited to see that I think will be happening in many places is that power can become available, and then computing can become available, and then telecommunications can become available in ways that might seem unfamiliar to people in Scandinavia, in the Nordics, in the Baltics, in the global north, and that there could be completely different ways of doing this where we can learn how these technologies can be made accessible. But I keep coming back to one really important point, which is hard to solve. And this is actually to get people who, like me, develop digital systems to, number one, know what accessibility is and be familiar with the WCAG or EN 301 549 standards. This is surprisingly difficult for those people because I think, as some of the other panels today and throughout the week will point to, much of the private sector development of technology happens in a context where people are completely unaware of legislation even existing, like the idea that there should be a requirement. So this, I think Ima might have a point on how we can get even more developers, designers, product managers, technologists to take this very seriously. From what I understand in the Irish version of accessibility rules, it's into corporate law, so if you don't follow it, you go to jail. Well, maybe. Ima, comments? We just have to unmute you.
Okay, sorry, I'm muted now. So let me tell you first of all that the line is not very good in terms of hearing what you are saying. So I hope that what I'm going to tell you really fits into the precise moment of the discussion. But before doing that, and I understood you were asking me how can we bridge the knowledge gap, I would like to say that I fully agree with the fact that digital inclusion, accessibility as a precondition for digital inclusion for persons with disabilities should be in all digital developments that are going to be used by people, because otherwise, de facto, we are excluding persons with disabilities. And it is not only about having a specific policy setting what the accessibility requirements are, but really to mainstream also these requirements in other policies, whether we are talking about procurement, issues have been mentioned here about funds, development funds, well, also internal funds. Also, when we talk about imports in our all different countries, conditions should be set to ensure that we have a common level playing field so that companies inside our countries that have to comply with accessibility requirements compete on equal conditions with those that are maybe coming from countries for which they have no requirements, but they want to enter countries in which they have requirements. So it's really important in that context to set coherent requirements across the globe. We've said technology is global, and this is really essential. Now, we have seen an important evolution in the field of accessibility. While several years ago, a lot of work was happening. What is accessibility? How do you define? How it relates to the products? How it relates to the services? Now that is pretty clear. We have accessibility requirements for different types of components of digital elements, whether it is the website, the user interfaces, the content. Requirements are clear, and those requirements are going to be usable also in new digital products and services, because they all would have a user interface, maybe a different user interface, but from a functional point of view, those requirements would be there. Now, what is the problem now? The problem now is, I would say, or the challenge now is to have that knowledge that there is available about what is accessibility translated into laws and into policies that are enforceable and that are checkable, so that it is possible to see whether the products and the services and the infrastructures comply with those requirements. That's one thing. The other challenge that we have is indeed having the persons, the experts, the engineers, the manufacturers, the service providers competent on accessibility so that they really have the capacity to implement. To that end, I mean, we are undertaking a big effort in Europe to train, to provide training, to raise awareness, but at the end of the day, in order to have this sustainable, we need to turn out to those institutions which are providing training in digital technologies, in ICT. If those institutions, whether it's university, technical high schools, professional organizations, would not embrace accessibility as part of their curriculum, a part of their efforts to train and upgrade the knowledge and bring competencies to the professionals in the field, it will be very difficult to implement accessibility. And I know it's a challenge on one hand because you are facing the freedom of universities, for example, to decide what curriculum they have. But there should be something that needs to be done, that can be done by authorities in order to make sure that the new generations of professionals are equipped with accessibility knowledge and skills and competencies, and that current professionals can upgrade their knowledge in order to be able to deliver on accessibility as it is required. So I hope I have addressed the point that you were
Absolutely
concerned with.
Thank you so much. We are at the end of our keynotes and panels and discussions. I'm hugely grateful to the panel. A few things that you should all go off and read is the Digital Inclusion Playbook from cover to cover, essentially, from the UNDP. You should also go and check out the Kenya Standard for Accessibility because this, just as Ima was talking about, the fact that we can have standards that are conformant with each other, that are in sync with each other, makes sense because once you know how to do things in one place, you'll know how to make it work in other countries as well. And also, this connection of innovation and insight from across the world is incredibly exciting because accessibility and inclusiveness is something we need to do globally, so we need to be set up for that. And everyone who works on software, owns or funds or helps make software and digital services happen need to take this to heart because we are in many ways reshaping society. So let's do it inclusively. Let's have a big round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
So hello everyone. My name is Amund Kvalbein. I come from a company called Analysis Mason, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion on securing basic internet infrastructure. So the internet has proven fantastically resilient against a range of challenges to its operations. And there are many reasons for this. The internet protocols were designed for resilience from the beginning. They've been able to scale and adapt as the internet has grown. And today it is the dominant platform for communication and information sharing. The internet is often referred to as a network of networks, and this distributed model of operations for the internet has proven to work very well. But today, I think it's fair to say that this network of networks is also a network of data centers and subsea cables. The move to the cloud and now also the advent of AI has made these core physical building blocks of the internet immensely important. We all rely on them every day as a society and as individuals. So with this dependence, it becomes all the more important to understand more about the vulnerabilities of this basic infrastructure, and that is the ambition of this workshop today. So warm welcome to all of you. And to discuss this important matter, I've been so lucky to gather with me a prominent set of panelists here. So what we'll do now, I will just briefly introduce these panelists, and then we will talk a little bit more about how you in the audience, and both here in Oslo and also online, can participate in this workshop. So with me on the stage here today, we have first Dr. Olaf Kolkman. Olaf is an astronomer by training. I don't know much about his career in astronomy, but I do know that he has a long and very active career in internet technology and policy development. And today Olaf is the principal for internet technology, policy and advocacy with the Internet Society. Next, I have with me Petra Arts. Petra is an experienced public policy professional. She has experience from the European Parliament and from several private companies. The last 5 years she has worked for Cloudflare, and today she is Director for Public Policy for Europe in Cloudflare. Jumping now to online, we have with us, not here in the hall today, but online over Zoom, Johannes Theis. Johannes plays a central role in the EU's work on the resilience of basic internet infrastructure. He is a political science major who has worked on internet policy questions for the German Broadband Association and for Vodafone. And today he's the head of sector for the EU's Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology. Here in the panel next we have with us Elise Lindeberg. Elise has worked many years for the Norwegian Regulatory Authority for telecoms, most recently there as the Director for Security and Resilience in Networks. She has been active in internet policy development in ICANN and the IGF for many years, but a bit more than a year ago she made a career change from the regulatory side, and today she's the CEO of Skygard, which is a data center hosting company here in Oslo. Last but not least, we have with us Erika Moret. She's a former diplomat and scholar with education from France's École Nationale d'Administration and a PhD from Oxford University, where she studied the effects of sanctions on Cuba's economy, very interestingly. She has had a long and distinguished career in international policy development. Today she's based in Geneva, where she is the director for United Nations and international organizations at Microsoft. So a warm round of applause and welcome to our panelists. Very soon, these panelists are going to give an introduction to this topic and where they're coming from on that topic. But before we do that, I just wanted to introduce also Michael Kende, my colleague, who is the online moderator for this event. So Michael will be monitoring the chat here and take any questions that you might post in the chat and bring them here to the audience in due time. We also have another way for you in the audience, both online and here in Oslo, to interact with this workshop, and that is Mentimeter or Menti. Some of you might know this tool. So on your screens now, you can basically just see a question. So just to introduce Menti as a tool, for those of you who want, you can either scan this QR code with your camera, or you can go to menti.com and type in this code that is written on the screen. And we'll use this a couple of times during the workshop for you to voice your opinion on some of these questions. So just as a starter to warm you up to this tool, you can go in there and click where you're originally from. I guess many of you are in Oslo today, but just to show a little bit the breadth of the audience that we have with us today. Okay, with that introduction and without further ado, we will run this now so that each of the panelists will, as I said, get a few minutes to introduce themselves and where they are coming from and their thoughts on today's topic. Then we will have a discussion in the panel. I will ask you some questions. You might ask each other questions. And then we will also open up for questions from the audience in due course. So please prepare your questions for these panelists. So first, Olaf, will you give us your perspective on securing basic internet resilience?
Yes, I will try so. By the way, I'm not a doctor. I never wrote a thesis. I found internet working more interesting than gazing at stars. So I basically, during the PhD research, moved careers, only doctorandus. But let's talk a little bit about resiliency in the internet and what is important to that. And I want to do that on the basis of an example, namely the cable cuts on 14 March near the west coast of Africa. There were 4 cables cut at that day because of a tectonic plate shift or a micro-earthquake or something. And that had an enormous impact on the region. What that impact was basically connectivity. A lot of capacity to connect outwards disappeared. The internet has always been reliant on subsea cable networks. When the first networks were laid in the US as part of the ARPANET, obviously that was always terrestrial. But as soon as Europe was connected, we needed subsea cables. And after that, you know, they've been a hallmark of connectivity across the globe. Anyway, 4 cables were cut. There were still a number of uncut cables in that region. And what happened is that the West African internet community collaborated together. That's what you do when you collaborate, to find alternative routes. The internet itself routes around problems. It does that by a protocol called the Border Gateway Protocol, a system called routing, but you also basically have to make sure that the connections are there. That was work that was done way in advance of the cable cuts. And parts of that are having the policy, the infrastructure, the capacities all in-house to be able to deal with the things that you cannot predict, or that you can predict and that you need to be ready for. At the Internet Society, we have a platform which is called Pulse, pulse.internetsociety.org. And there is a very good a story about this West African cable cut. If you look for Internet Society Pulse and West African cable cut, you will find sort of an analysis there. But what we also feature on that is an Internet Resiliency Index. For each country, we have calculated an index. And in that index are parameters, derived parameters, about infrastructure. What are the number of IXs, the internet exchange points in a country? Because internet exchange points keep traffic local. And if you keep traffic local, and then if an external connectivity in the form of a subsea cable breaks, the impact is lower and you're more resilient. What is the amount of networks in a country? What is the hegemony of certain networks? Is there one major transit provider in the country? One major telco that basically handles all the traffic with a few pieces around that? Or is it a nicely volatile environment? We look at security. Security is a proxy also for capability of the local community. We look at the performance of the networks, because also those are, you know, if you have more capacity in country, you might be able to deal more with breakages. And we look at market readiness. And market readiness also includes, for instance, indices that are about the openness of the regulation, the ability to establish new networks, the abilities to lay cables, terrestrial cables. And what we have seen in the continent, in the African continent, is the enormous amount of capacities that have been built over the last couple of years that allowed the West African community to deal with the power, with the breakage of those important cables. But the impact in the end was significant, but there was still internet, and people could still function and could still reach. And of course, I'm talking about the lower layers of the internet here. But what we also saw is that at the higher layers, people started to realize that they were, for instance, dependent on Microsoft infrastructure to do their work. And there again, having available infrastructure in the form of existing cables, of existing operator networks that people know how to find each other, and having the contacts available to route around the problems, those problems were solved later on the day on 14 March. So resiliency is about readiness, is about preparedness, is about understanding what can go wrong. And if you have that all in place, the internet itself will do a lot of magic to give it to you.
Right. Thank you, Ola. Very interesting. This interplay between the basic or the physical infrastructure and the protocols is an important topic, and I'm sure we'll come back to that as well, Ola. I would like to move on to our next panelist, Petra. You work for a company that doesn't own that much of the basic infrastructure, but that is still very dependent on it. So please give us your perspective on the topic.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me on this panel. It's really a very important topic also from Cloudflare's perspective. A lot of what Olaf said is also kind of in my speaking points. I guess it's also probably some of us will repeat ourselves a little bit on the topic of resilience, I think. From Cloudflare's perspective, as you say, you know, we run a global network which provides a number of services, including cybersecurity services for web properties, which basically needs a very interconnected network and a very resilient network.
to that end, we depend a lot on interconnection, and that is really the kind of like core of how our network operates. We connect with over 13,000 networks globally. So we're probably one of the most well-connected networks in the world, and that is to make sure that our data centers, our points of presence that we have all over the world, can run our software with very, very low latency and very securely and very reliably. All those interconnections, as Olaf was explaining, is also to be prepared for any kind of unexpected events that happen daily, basically on a global scale. Of course, the internet was made to be resilient, but of course things can happen, cable cuts can happen, other events can happen. And then, of course, from our perspective as a service provider, it's important that our network stays up regardless of what happens. So interconnection and finding different paths and that our network can actually route around the issues is very, very important. And that is also something that obviously our engineers are working on a day-to-day basis to make sure that that is the case. So this is one of the most, important aspects, I think, for us is that interconnection is not, let's say, disincentivized. And we see that obviously sometimes from a regulatory point of view or from a government approaches point of view, that's not always something that people think of, interconnections and peering and transit and other kind of ways to interconnect are really essential for companies, for governments, for anybody who is connected to the internet, to make sure that there are as many paths to follow as possible, which leads to better redundancy, it leads to more resilience, it leads to faster connections as well, and lower latency. And some of the discussions that we see, and I'm obviously work in Europe, so I work in Brussels, so we talk a lot about the regulatory environment there. There are sometimes, ideas that are being brought forward in some debates in the policy space that are talking about, for example, paid peering, or kind of introducing payments in a system that usually is based on trust and based on settlement-free kind of relationships. As we know, this is, as Olaf also explained, that it's based on preparedness and engineers making sure that the connections are there that need to be there. So if, some parts of the ecosystem, in this case, large ISPs mostly in the European area, trying to say, there needs to be a contract, there needs to be payment, needs to be an additional cost for all networks to connect to each other. That obviously is problematic, I think, from our point of view, from a resilience point of view as well, because it can actually lead to disincentivization of interconnection. That you would not necessarily have more interconnection points if you would have to bear a lot of cost to do it. And I think it also goes against the kind of nature of the internet as a network of networks and a kind of organic way to connect to each other, and we all have an interest to connect to each other. So that's from my perspective, I think, one of the main issues to the topic of today.
Thank you, very interesting. And I think we'll also return to this point about the internet being built borderless and with incentivizing maximum connectivity and interconnections, and how that hopefully can continue to be the case while also catering for other worries that people have about the internet. I would like now to move to our next panelist, which is Johannes. Johannes is not on stage, but he will come up here, I think, on the screen. Johannes, you work with the EU, who has who obviously shows a lot of interest in the internet, and has lately also been showing particular interest in the topic of subsea cables, which is a very important part of the basic internet infrastructure. So, Johannes, can you introduce us a little bit to the work you're doing there?
Johannes seems to be muted. Hello, can you hear me well?
Now we can hear you, thank you.
Very well. Okay, well, thanks first of all for having invited me and the European Commission to this panel discussion. And perhaps before I go into some of the overviews, one comment, as already kind of now the topic was flagged a bit, and I think it's not perhaps the core topic of today, the question of peering and those types of issues, but the European Commission has an ongoing consultation on an upcoming regulation at the end of the year called the Digital Networks Act. So if you have views that you would like to contribute, now would be a good time to talk about that specific issue. So I will not touch about this later, as it's not perhaps the core of this panel, just since it was brought up. What we're doing in the unit I work on is we contribute to something that the EU published at the beginning of this year. It is a joint communication on an EU cable security action plan. So a bit to what Olaf said in the beginning, that its resilience is a cycle. There are several elements to it, and as policymakers, we try to have these elements on the radar, not least because there have been some incidents, in particular in the Baltic Sea, that rose the political limelight on this important topic and the resilience of submarine cable infrastructures. So when I talk about the resilience cycle, and here I would go a bit into its various elements, which are described in the action plan, you would have basically 4 to 5 points that cover this cycle, from prevention over detection, response, and recovery, up to deterrence. And the action plan tries to really tackle or propose some ideas and action on all of these points. The part that my unit is working most on is the pillar of prevention. And here there are, of course, several issues, transposing ongoing legislation, also developing new technologies, but in particular, and I'm happy later on to dive into some of these elements a bit more in detail, we have formed an expert group with EU member state authorities. That was done after already publishing a recommendation last year. And this expert group is supposed to deliver by the end of this year a mapping of existing and planned cable infrastructures, a coordinated risk assessment based on an overview of what are the existing threats, vulnerabilities, and dependencies, so also tackling economic security aspects. Then come up with a set of mitigating measures. We call that a cable security toolbox. Some of you might know that have worked in the field of 5G might know the 5G cybersecurity toolbox, so we try to kind of mirror that approach. And also having when I talk about risks, some of these risks could even be combined into scenarios that can then be stress tested, and there might even be funding for that made available from the EU budget. And then last but not least, we are funding already cables that have a difficult case, difficult economic viability. We have a program called the Connecting Europe Facility, and there's already hundreds of millions of euros going into this, and there will be further investments under this program coming up. But what the expert group will deliver on by the end of the year is a so-called list of priority areas of interest. We call them cable projects of European interest. Then, without going into too much detail into the other topics, when we talk about detection, it's all about how can we integrate more surveillance mechanisms that exist, connect more the data that's available, because there's a lot of data available. It's rather a question of how to bring it together and how to make sure it reaches the right addressees. And then also increased how technology can help with that. What about the role of drones? What about the role of sensors? So there's a lot we could discuss there. When we discuss response and recovery, it's a lot about repairing and maintaining the cables. So we have the issue of are there enough ships available? How good are these ships? How new are they? And we might touch on that a bit later. Who finances these ships? How profitable is it to work with them? But of course, also general crisis response frameworks, which are very important. And then finally, the whole deterrence block is really also about international relations, proactive cable diplomacy, it's of course sometimes difficult to attribute certain incidents because it's not always clear. So it's important to respect the international rule book that is in place, and then make sure that if certain of these incidents can be attributed, that the actors are held responsible, and to prevent future incidents in that on these types of infrastructures. But I probably stop here and happy to dive into details later on during the panel. Thanks again.
Excellent. Thanks, Johannes. And I think this topic of what the EU or governments do versus what these the owners of this infrastructure, which is often private, and how they work together is a key issue that we will touch more upon. Elisa, you have spent a lot of your life in working on the resilience and the security of internet infrastructure in various capacities. Can you give us your introduction to this topic?
Yes, thank you. And talking about, as you said, the important discussion about the cooperation between the regulators and the regulating side, and who is actually have to do this and have to live by it, and also have to provide the security that we need to have the trust in the internet services that we're now going to build up. So from going from the regulation that I worked a lot of year with the regulation, the regulatory side, it was always fascinating to see how this was something that was taken for granted or not even considered a problem in the beginning when I started about this, working with the resiliency. And then suddenly it was the main topic, for the trust in the internet services and the internet layer on top, because the internet is a very solid structure. As you said, it's also a net of networks, and this all, in IGF we always talked about how solid that is in itself, but we forget that internet is physical. It's not in the sky. It's not on your phone just driving around in the sky either. It is always linked to a data center, which is critical infrastructure. It's fiber, and it's networks, and it's cable, and it's undersea cables and everything. So, and what we have seen is that when we talk about the internet and the use of the internet and all the fantastic things that we can do on the top layer, developing internet services and building a lot of functions, critical functions in the community and in the society, is that there is now, as I at least experienced it from the government side, when something happened, it's zero tolerance for failure. Not only because we have critical services on top, but also because people are used to these services always being there. So you have zero tolerance for the services going down, and you have layers and layers of all private companies and everyone relying on each other, and in the end relying on the physical layer, on the bottom line. That is both power, and it is the physical infrastructure, data centers or cabling. So I think it's really interesting that when we talk about the development of the internet and all the possibilities that we have, which is basically the backbone of this IGF and these multi-stakeholder community discussions, we should also have thorough discussion on the physical infrastructure layer. And it needs to be a cooperation between the one who builds it, not only the regulating side, but the one who builds it and the one who uses it. And to not lose that perspective. And it's also a question about payment that someone of you spoke about. Because it's going to be in this in the world today. There's more insecurity about how secure the internet connections are, and the fibering and the undersea cables and everything. And if we're going to secure it even more and have more redundancy on it, it's going to cost money. It's also going to cost money to build very secure and stable internet services in the data centers, that's going to tick and have enough power and have enough redundancy. And that has something to do with the whole cost picture. So maybe we need to realize that to build trust in the internet services, we should have the infrastructure layer more into the debate also in IGF forums, like we do today. But that has been somewhere missed in the past because we discussed more the internet itself and not the infrastructure around it. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Elisa. Erika, you represent one of the biggest players on the internet, I would say, who owns and operates a lot of this infrastructure. You've invested heavily in both data centers and subsea cables. So you build this resilient internet together with others, but a part of it. What is your perspective?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the kind invitation to join you today. You can hear me okay? Yeah, the last time I had a system like this, I was saying earlier to the organizers with headphones, it was in a cryptocurrency conference and there was very loud music playing at the same time. So I'm glad this setting is slightly more manageable. So as you said already, very rightly, Microsoft operates one of the largest global networks of fiber and subsea cables, and it also owns and operates a vast network of data centers around the world. We jointly own major submarine cable systems like Marea and also Amitié, which are transatlantic cables to ensure high-capacity connectivity between continents. These investments are designed to increase the geographical diversity of cable landings and reducing single points of failure and enhancing network resistance. Likewise, Microsoft Azure spans 60 or more cloud regions in over 140 countries, which houses data in over 100 highly secure facilities, which is at a scale that underpins the responsibility in safeguarding reliable and resilient internet infrastructure. So you asked me to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and risks that are at play, and the panelists have already outlined this very eloquently. But I'll focus first on data centers here as one of the backbones of the internet, which face their own distinct set of challenges. They require enormous, stable power supplies and cooling, hence power grid failures or extreme weather, including heat waves, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, and so on, can threaten operations. Physical attacks or sabotage are rarer, but not impossible. And as critical hubs, they could be targets for hostile actors or criminals. Even an accidental fire or a localized disaster at a large data center can knock out services for millions of users. Another often overlooked risk is geographical clustering. If many cloud facilities are in one region, a single regional event, a wide area blackout or an earthquake could affect them all simultaneously. Turning to submarine cables, they're of course also prone to damage from ship anchors, fishing activities, natural disasters, and also malicious tampering and sabotage. In sum, both cables and data centers are single points of failure in the digital economy and for users worldwide, if not made users of the internet, if not made resilient against these various threats. And these challenges really underscore why this discussion today is so vital and paramount. At Microsoft, we have a comprehensive approach to mitigating these risks at both the physical and logical network layers. We've built extensive redundancies into the network, deploying multiple cable pathways and diverse landing points so that if one link is lost, traffic can be rerouted to other alternate routes. Also, internally, we continuously monitor all network links for performance degradation or outages using advanced telemetry tools. And this early warning system, combined with predictive analytics, allows near-instant rerouting of internet traffic if a cable fails. In data centers, redundancy is critical. Azure regions are designed with availability zones, which are physically separate data centers with independent power and cooling systems to sustain operations, even if one facility goes down. Microsoft's data center architecture equally seeks to ensure critical services can fail over to alternate sites, providing high availability and disaster recovery capabilities. I was going to talk a little bit about our collaboration with government and stakeholders, but maybe I'll save that in the interest of time to the next round of questions. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Now we've gotten some interesting introductions and perspectives on this topic from our panelists. Before we move on, I would now just like us to move to Mentimeter, if we can get that up. So for you in the audience, let's see, do I control this one now? Yes. So we have a question for you. Oops. Which is a simple but open question. So several of the panelists now have touched upon several threats or challenges to the basic internet infrastructure. We would just like to hear from you. What do you think are the most important or challenging threats to against the basic internet infrastructure? So if you go to Mentimeter here now, you should get up like a small text form where you could enter your reply in a few short words, and they will show up here, and there will also be the possibility to, I think, give the different options a thumb up or a vote, so that we can get a picture of what if there's a consensus in the room, or whether there are opinions in all directions, which there might be. Excellent. So we get a lot of different challenges here. Several of you mentioned power outages, which are a major source of outages. There are answers along the attacks, both against BGP specifically, more general cyber attacks, malicious actors. Several of you mentioned topics having to do with governance, politics, regulatory fragmentation, and poor and conflicting legislation. All very good and interesting perspectives. Now we will go into some discussion, some topics. I have a few questions for the panelists. I assume you do in the audience as well. If you want, you can post some of them in the chat in Zoom. Or in a few minutes, you will also be able to do it here in the room in the microphone. If you are with us online, you will unfortunately not be able to speak your question. But if you put it in the chat, then Michael, our online moderator, will convey them here to the audience. We see from the topics brought up on the wall here, and several of you also mentioned it, this interdependency between the basic internet infrastructure, kind of in the middle, and other infrastructure that supports it in terms of power, in terms of repair capacity, in terms of civil works, and also the protocols on the higher level. So these parts all must work together. Olaf, you mentioned when we talked before this, you mentioned the notion of hidden correlation of risks. What do you mean by that?
Yes, so when I said that, sometimes disasters happen at the same time. Power outage or a software problem that causes a power outage. Something that relies on the internet in the power center, things that are related that you at some direct point do not see as related. For instance, a lot of people will make a risk diagram, likelihood, costs, and put things on crosses on that. And sometimes things might be a low risk, high cost, but almost always happen together. I don't have an example in this context, but this is something to think about when you are thinking about resiliencies and risks that you have within the system that you operate. I want to go back and say something about the things that we identified on the slide as being risk to infrastructure. As far as I can tell, all those things are relatively isolated geographically. A power outage is almost always with a geographic scope. The Iberian Peninsula as a more recent example. The internet as a system, as a global system on which we relied, has never seen an outage. And I think that very critical services should think about, for instance, that geographical spread that was talked about. Because that allows for catching up your back-end services at least. So you always have to think about what I'm protecting against, and what are the things that in your risk-based approach, what are the things that cause real harm and have a high impact. But when you do so, a flood may take out, or let's say an anchor might take out both a power cable and an internet cable at the same time. And that would be a sort of hidden correlation. That would be an example. Yeah.
So, so this is a more open question, and I think I'll start with you, Erika, but the others here feel free to add into this. So we discussed a bit earlier about call it the division of labor between the governments or the regulatory authorities on one side, and the large internet actors which you represent on the other side, who owns and builds and operates this. How do you work with these governments to secure this infrastructure? And on the tail of that, do you have a wish? Would you like to ask something from these governments? What could they do?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. We work very actively and proactively around the world in different types of partnerships with governments and other stakeholders, and in very much in local contexts as well with national governments. And so a key wish, that's a really difficult one, but I think I would say for governments to continue and perhaps do even more in terms of actively partnering with industry and with other stakeholders, civil society and so on, as the cornerstone of resilience. I really think that public-private partnerships should be embraced and are incredibly important here. I think there's a number of key elements to that, and again, the panelists have done such a great job of outlining some of these areas already, but I would say sharing the threat intelligence is a really important one in real time with companies to preempt attacks and vulnerabilities. As part of, giving an example, as part of industry coalitions, Microsoft contributes to joint risk assessments and also adheres to best practice standards for critical infrastructure. So I think working together with governments to get that right is very important, and have a kind of constant conversation and a trusted feedback loop is vital as well. I think second would be investing in redundancy, such as supporting backup subsea cables or extra data center capacity to eliminate these single points of failure that we've been discussing today is, again, a really important area. The third is the need for coordinating internationally so that cross-border issues like undersea cable repairs or common security standards are handled swiftly and collaboratively. And that, of course, is a big challenge in today's geopolitical climate, and it really underscores why meetings like these, I think, are very important as well for fostering trust and building those relations. And then I think a final one would be policy support. In the case of Microsoft, but also other companies, we've joined efforts to designate and treat key data centers as critical national infrastructure, which can help to facilitate better government support during incidents.
Excellent. I think, Elisa, you want to comment on that? I know this is right up your alley.
Yes, it is. We've been discussing this in Norway for years, how to share, the threat picture between the governments who sits on a lot of information. And it's been kind of a silo thinking in the past, because this is something that intelligence keep close, and they don't want to spread it. And then again, you miss out then on using all the power that sits on the companies and the infrastructure owners to dive in and actually help in a situation where communication is cut off, which is one of the basics that we need in every critical situation, as Ukraine also shows this morning how it really matters. So to trust each other and to make, some sort of formalized discussion between the companies and the government on that side is needed. And I think basically all governments are working on this now, at least as I know in Europe, that this is an issue. So this cannot be said enough times, I think, that we need this collaboration to be more thorough, and even be like a baseline for preparedness and readiness in the community and in its society. So that I very much agree on, yes.
Any others in the panel who have a view? Johannes, you represent basically not a government here, but the EU as an important regulator player here. What role do these infrastructure owners play in the interaction with you?
Yes, can you still hear me well? Seems to be the case. So indeed, first of all, when I think about the Metimeter question, and government being mentioned, or regulators being mentioned many times with a negative connotation, I hope at least as EU we try to make a positive contribution to the regulatory landscape, especially when it comes to improving coordination both between governments. So cross-border was mentioned, but also between governments and private entities. Perhaps a couple of points that I would like to make. So first of all, some of these exchanges are already formalized, in particular through recent legislation that came into force. To mention two, the NIS2 directive is one, and the critical, so that's about cybersecurity focus more, but it has a broader approach, also tackling some physical elements, and then the critical entities resilience directive. These directives really formalize the exchange, especially when it comes to incident reporting between private and public entities. So in the EU, these are really, although they are directives, they have to be transposed nationally, but they seek to kind of create a more harmonized situational awareness. Then, of course, when it comes to the funding side, there's also regular exchanges. I mentioned before already the CEF funding program, so Connecting Europe facility, because we see, of course, that there is a concentration. The market goes where it makes sense and where there's already a lot happening. If there is an internet exchange point, if the latency is short, then that's where you go. And those things are at times not necessarily creating increased resilience, because for that you need more redundancy and not necessarily more of the same. So it's important to strike there a good balance between the two, and that's why we have been investing under CEF already for quite some time. And actually currently there is still a funding round, we call those calls, ongoing, where the evaluations are taking place, and you will see some results in the next coming weeks and months, where again the submarine cables will be supported, especially in areas where the business case is not straightforward. And many times, some of you mentioned this already, these are of course consortia that come already together. They propose a certain project, and then it's co-funded, so it's not entirely from the public purse, but when private sector is going somewhere, they might need a bit of a bridging, a bit of support to bridge the viability gap, and that's what these funding programs are for. And then last but not least, Of course, we are also in regular exchange with companies when it comes to any types of threat analysis and potential mitigating measures. I think Erika mentioned already some of the faults that may be related to submarine cable incidents. That's precisely the information that we, of course, are interested in, and that we also learn through our exchanges with private companies, who, by the way, are regularly invited sometimes to speak with our experts in the expert group. It's true that there is always then a certain realm of sensitivity, which makes it a bit harder to be, let's say, too forthcoming in what is being made public or not. But in any event, we try at least as much as possible to facilitate these exchanges. And so far, I would say it seems we have been on the right track with the proposals that we have put forward. When you read through the Cable Action Plan and also through the recommendation last year, you would see that many of the things mentioned are reflected quite well. Last point, because Olaf mentioned it, the cumulation of things that can happen. Take the power and telecoms cable cut. That actually did happen beginning of the year. So these are things that are really not in theory, they're happening in practice, and it's important to mitigate those types of situations. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Johannes. So I would like us to turn quickly to Mentimeter again. We have another question. Oops, we have another question for you. So moving from what are the challenges, the threats, what are the most important actions that governments and private companies or private companies can take to strengthen internet resilience? There's a question for you. Not a simple one, but we'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And while you are typing in those, I would again like to encourage those who participate online to post your questions in the chat, and Michael will convey them. And then I have, of course, many questions in my head that I would like to get the answers from this panel, but I'm sure you do as well. So I very much hope that you in the audience will also raise your hand and take this opportunity to ask our panelists about this topic. Just seeing what comes up here that's an interesting one. Avoid national autonomy. That's an interesting topic. Some of the panelists might have words to say on that. Diversity is mentioned by several. Partnerships, collaboration, cooperation, education. Contribute to a redistributed internet, implying that it's not as distributed anymore, perhaps, as it was. I don't know. You might disagree or agree in that. So I think I'll leave the microphone open now, if in case any one of you has a question to pose. And while you prepare your question, I don't know, maybe one of you in the panel would have a comment on exactly this. Oh, sorry, here is the first question already. Let's go to you.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you very much. My name's Annette Esterhuizen. I'm from South Africa, very much affected by undersea cable outages. I'm from civil society. My question is, none of you have touched on this particular topic. Whose responsibility is it to communicate to the end user that there's an outage and that there's an attempt to work around it? For an internet exchange point, the peering points will let their members know. Data centers will let their clients know. If you, in the case of a power outage, you would be informed by the power utility, or you'd have an app, like in my country where the power goes down every other day. and there's an app that tells you, what the load shedding schedules is. But when it comes to internet outages, you essentially need a newspaper subscription to a business newspaper, which is not something that's available in the public at large. Most people get their internet not from ISPs, but from mobile data providers, and they are pay-as-you-go clients. They're not even contracted in. And you are completely in the dark as to what the status is. If you have fiber to the home, your fiber provider might update you, but they often actually don't. So that's my question. Is that something also in this partnership you're talking about between regulators, government and private sector to try and centralize in some way that there's active communication and interaction with the end user? Thanks.
So Elisa, you raised your hand, or Olaf, do you want to start, Elisa?
Yes, if it's an outage that is critical enough, obviously that's the government role to alert the one who's been affected by it. It will always be like that. So if it's severe enough, you will hopefully have systems in place so the government will react and also send out, and communicate with with what is available for the users. But it's also, the service provider, the one who gives the services, they also have, a clear, they also need to alert their users, but also the government, probably. So in my experience, if it's severe enough, and if it's enough individuals or companies or whatever that is affected, these are systems that should be put in place. That is why we should have, coordination and coordination between governments and private companies, and this put in place as a system up front, because it's both. It's not one or the other.
Oh yeah, Henriette, this is not a question to punt. I think it's an important question, but I'm going to return the question a little bit. Are you aware of any best practices that are executed anywhere on the globe? Because this seems to be a thing where through national IGFs, regional IGFs, something might percolate upwards and become best common practice. You're not aware. I see you shaking your head.
No, not for internet outages. I think for internet shutdowns, I think you now do have, to some extent, there are civil society organizations that monitor internet shutdowns, and they'll communicate that fairly widely. I think for power outages, you have at a national level, I think now, a much more structured approach. But I think for internet outages, and also it often doesn't, the way that undersea cables work, there is a lot of redundancy. So it doesn't necessarily affect everyone at national level in the same way. It depends very much. If you're in an academic network, you might have access to different cables to people that get their internet through mobile network. No, so Olaf, I'm not aware of good practices. And I think governments are not set up. I think many countries don't even have centralized communication about ransomware attacks or cyber breaches. Information regulators are getting better at making alerts about data breaches public, but this type of outage, infrastructure outages, I'm not aware of any, but maybe someone else in the room is.
Thank you. Michael, I think there's a question from the chat.
That's right. Hi. There is a question online. There's about 20 people that have been participating, and Vahan asked a question: should we create a tool for the governments and regulators so they can check how resilient is their internet infrastructure? And some of those tools that he said Olaf mentioned would be IXPs, regulations, interconnections. So I think some of this would be ways to strengthen it, but also if there are tools, and if you can fill in how that might look, that could help governments and regulators to determine how resilient everything is. Thank you.
I don't want to steal people's thunder, but pulse.internetsociety.org has a resiliency index which just maybe not measures it, but gives an index about the resiliency in country. That said, I don't want to flatten the discussion, because resiliency has to do with the complexity in the world that we live in. And even if we have a very resilient network or internet, still we might rely on, say, one provider of a specific application interface in order to get our work done. And if that application interface is down, a lot of stuff breaks. So resiliency is actually, for everybody, your dependencies will be different, and the complexities involved are very important. So I think that if you go into resiliency for your systems, be it as a country, be it as an SME or a company, or maybe even for you at home, you have to go and do sort of the analysis, the risk assessment, and the tabletop exercises to deal with them.
Unless there is a question now, I just wanted to pick up, and I think, Petra, maybe this is for you to start on, but I was triggered a little bit by one of the statements, a couple of the statements from our Mentimeter here now. So, avoid national autonomy. I mean, you in Cloudflare are not particularly national. You are rather international, right? Would you agree with this statement, or is there more complexity to it?
Yeah, I saw that answer. I'm not exactly sure what the person kind of meant by it. I don't know if they're in the room or online, but I'm more generally about also to the point of collaboration and cooperation that was mentioned. I think that's exactly where we would need to go, and where I think this discussion has kind of led to us already to say, the collaboration between governments, between private sector governments, between all actors that are basically responsible for making the internet, work and being resilient as it is. I think that's where we need to go, like national autonomy. I think obviously in the European context, we talk a lot about digital sovereignty, right, in these days, and there's obviously a lot of kind of policy discussions on things like data localization and things like that. They're all kind of related to it. I think from Cloudflare's point of view, and also I think from a internet resilience point of view, fragmentation is like the way that we shouldn't go. To make sure that resilience kind of stays as it is and is improved. I think fragmentation can lead to a lot of negative consequences from a resilience point of view. So I would not necessarily agree with that. I would agree with the fact that is one of the threats. I think is that they were mentioning, like the different decisions by different parts of government in different parts of the world. I think can lead to fragmentation. I think we need more forums to collaborate and discuss, and to also come to kind of common solutions and share best practices. I think that's kind of where we need to go. And to your point on Pulse, which also collaborates a lot with ISOC on the Pulse side, on the internet shutdown side, maybe also to promote a little bit our radar dashboard, radar.cloudflare.com, which also gives you a lot of knowledge and information, I think, on what we see from a internet shutdown, also kind of disruption point of view from our network, which can also help civil society and others to kind of find out maybe more about what's going on in these cases.
Can I come on this one as well, Amund?
Absolutely.
Yes, no, I actually, when I was seeing the Mentimeter replies coming in, I was always thinking, okay, the toolbox writes itself, so we can lean back and it looks quite good. But jokes aside, those are precisely the points that we are, first of all, currently working on, that we are developing in much greater detail, of course. And without interpreting too much into the avoiding national autonomy, I think the point that can be made there is that the internet as such, but submarine cables, this is not a one-way, it's not a silo. There are always at least two parties connected connected to a cable, often more. There are consortia of various types of players coming together. They connect then to other types of players in a data center. So this is not a silo business, and I think that's something to keep in mind. Other points mentioned, which I found important to highlight, is the use of technology as well. I mentioned in the beginning that some of these new systems, they can really help with monitoring and detection. For example, distributed acoustic sensing, which can be applied to the submarine cables, can help here. We're actually putting together or would like to put together a roadmap at the European Commission to scope a bit what are these cutting edge technologies that one should keep in mind, and there will be some research funding available made for this. So have a look at the current Horizon Europe Work Program and at the action related to submarine cables, because that's precisely something we're going to look into a bit more in detail. And then lastly, what also popped up on the overview was the investment incentives. It's really important to keep those incentives high, but also to strike the balance not to crowd out private investment. There's a lot of private investment happening, and we welcome that very much, and that is essential. Without that, things wouldn't work. But there are some gaps here and there, especially when things get more in areas which are a bit less viable, and there are still some gaps here. The public authorities and the public purse can play an important role, and this is something we have been doing and continue to do so. Thanks.
Excellent. We are approaching the end of this session. There is still time and room for a question from the audience if you have one. But you have to be quick. No? So if there is not, then I would just like to take to round this up, to go a quick round again with our panelists to very briefly in 30 seconds. What is your takeaway or your message from this discussion? Is there an action? Is there as Lenin said, what needs to be done? Olaf, do you want to start?
I think awareness building is one part of it. Understanding your dependencies. I think that the parties at the left of me have a quite well understanding of their dependencies, although sometimes things break. Also looking at the left at me, one of the things that I'm very for, so to speak, is that when things break, you tell the world, and you tell that in a very transparent way, where you disclose or you tell a story about what were my dependencies, what did I know about those dependencies, and how can you, random other person who builds infrastructure, figure out whether you have the same dependencies that I had that broke and I didn't know about them. So it's about sharing information. It's about understanding your risks and the dependencies, that risk matrix, building that out, but also about practicing. And again, this is not only the large corporations, the Cloudflares and the Microsofts of this world. It's also the local data center in Oslo, or a small data center maintained by an SME that might have services running for, say, a hospital or another service, a logistical service that we may all depend on for getting our groceries in the store the next day.
Great, thank you. Petra.
Yeah, I mean, not so much to add. I think from my side, I think Olaf, I think you're very right on the transparency point of view, and I hope the Cloudflare is doing quite a good job in the rare instances that we do have, things to say about outages. There is always something. There is a learning that you take from everything that happens to your network. and then indeed sharing it, and making sure that others can learn and also prevent things from happening on their own side is really key. I think from our perspective, I think the kind of the diversity of connections of the internet and the preventing of fragmentation is, I think, the two key points from our side when it comes to making sure that infrastructure and the internet as a whole kind of operates as it should, I think, and to the benefit of everybody in the whole ecosystem, businesses, end users, everybody who uses our services and other people's services on a day-to-day basis. We all rely on that physical infrastructure, and we all play a part in the chain. So that's I think the most important thing. And resilience really is a job that everybody kind of has to work together on continuously. I think that is also obviously something that kind of became clear from this panel that we all do. So.
Lisa, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, I'll be very brief then. I would just want to mention that national sovereignty or national autonomy, as somebody said, and international cooperation isn't in conflict with each other. They have to live side by side. I think everyone wants to cooperate as much as possible, and I think we will continue doing that. But I don't think I see when we're so dependent on the internet that we are today in democracies and societies. I think that it's naive to think that we can have one without the other. We need to think of them in parallel, and I think that's possible, very possible.
Erika.
Thank you. 30 seconds. I would end by saying that there are tremendous geopolitical challenges right now and threats to the multilateral order, and the UN remains as important as ever in this context. And so when we're thinking about the urgent need and the continued pressing need for partnerships, trust, collaboration, cross-border working, I would again emphasize that working in fora like the UN and bringing in all the relevant stakeholders is a vital one. And in doing so, we can then, of course, be thinking about all the types of agreements and monitoring and information sharing and so on. And I just wanted to also end with an announcement that was made by our Vice Chair and President Brad Smith in a recent, about a month ago, outlining Microsoft's European digital commitments. But one of the pillars, I thought you might be interested if you haven't seen it, is to uphold Europe's digital resilience even when there's geopolitical volatility. And I think that's a lesson also for a kind of global picture as well, in how important these types of commitments are across the board. Thank you.
Johannes, we have not forgotten you, but you only have 20 seconds.
That's fair. I have the feeling that from the discussion with what we're doing in the EU, we seem to be on the right track. I just could give you some of the flavors of what we have in store, but more will be coming, and we hope to also make some of these points public in the autumn. So stay tuned. Perhaps I'll leave you with that.
Excellent.
Thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you. That concludes our workshops. Thank you so much all for coming. It's been a pleasure, and please join me in giving our panelists a last round of applause. Thank you.